The latest in gaming news is all about the unexpected. Forza Horizon 5 is coming to PS5, and Xbox insiders are signaling that this is just the beginning of brand ambassador games jumping to PlayStation. Also, the Xbox earnings show a very clear trend about what the company is going to focus on in the future, and if you're an Xbox loyal fan, you're probably not going to like it. Now, also, in the realm of unexpected, Spider-Man 2, the PC port, has finally landed, and it is not great results, which is a bit of a shock coming from both Insomniac and Nixxes, both companies very, very good with ports up to now. And lastly, this is unexpected for me, we're hearing leaks from folks who are allegedly playing the Avowed review copies that it will have performance modes. We have yet to see screenshots to confirm, but it is being claimed. Now, as always, we do a daily live show here Monday through Friday, and it is safe for work. Make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button so you don't miss out on these shows. If your bell button is not set to all, you might not get notified. Some people's bells got set to personalized. I'll also be out of town next week, and that'll always mess with your notifications. So make sure you get plugged in so you don't miss out. Supporting this channel directly is a huge thing that we're focusing on right now. If you decide to click join to become a member, make sure you pick Member Plus, and that'll get you into all the extra content. So let's dive into this very quickly. I try to do these show opens as fast as I possibly can. Forza to PS5, in case you missed it, this was officially announced yesterday. It is coming in the spring. The response has been, well, not surprising. Some of the Xbox fans are mad. Some are claiming that this game is old or even old gen and it doesn't matter, which I find to be remarkable. I've always thought this was one of the best looking Xbox Series X games in the market. Some are claiming that this is the best racing game and it'll finally be playable on PlayStation, which is its own weird version of not getting angry about this. Now, the most interesting thing has been watching folks who claimed that this would never happen, and they're trying to figure out how to frame this. After all that's happened during my coverage of Xbox these last few years, I was very tempted to sit here today and say, I told you so. I was very tempted to take a victory lap and to rub it in, but there's just no point. Honestly, I just feel bad for the average Joe Xbox consumer who got duped and tricked by Phil Spencer's slick wording and all the folks who helped them run damage control for Xbox the last couple of years. A lot of folks did the public a huge disservice by being more concerned with staying in good with Xbox as opposed to reporting or covering things in an accurate or honest way. You're allowed to have your biases. You're allowed to like Xbox more than PlayStation. We all have biases. But when they shade, when they distort, when they contort your coverage into what amounts to astroturfing for a brand, I find that to be disgraceful. Hopefully the public sees a lot of you for what you are. And to those of you who made it personal, well, I hope it was worth it. Now, related to this story, the Xbox earnings also came out, which I believe this is probably not the greatest news for the more Xbox loyal fans. Now, I include this in my video that's live on the channel right now. I basically asked the question, well, who's next, right? If Forza's going, well, then, everything's going to go, right? I included a pie chart in that video. Make sure and check out that video and leave a comment. You may get featured in the live show. And I predict that PlayStation is going to take priority with respect to Xbox publishing going forward. Well, why? Well, for the month of December, PlayStation generated almost double the revenue for Xbox published games compared to both Xbox and PC combined. Now, that's a worrying stat for the Xbox loyal fans because you are now no longer the priority. When one platform can generate almost double the revenue of the two platforms that Xbox has been primarily publishing on for almost a decade, well, those in charge of the earnings are going to take notice. I would expect games to land in better shape for PlayStation, and the PS5 Pro enhancements will likely also continue for all Xbox published games. Xbox is not the only platform disappointing us this week, however, and this is an unfortunate turn of events, but another one of the stories that I wanted to make sure you knew about was that the Spider-Man 2 port is in bad shape. Now, the good news is they did a policy change. You're no longer required to have a PSN to buy this game as well as other games, but region locks are still in place. Apparently, they're rolling out unlocking those. We're not really sure. Currently, the score for this game is terrible on Steam. It's in like the 50%. Now, listen, this makes no sense, given Insomniac and Nixxes' history with bringing games to PC. This game was clearly not ready, and there is no excuse for this. The thing to do is just delay it and do it right. Now, there is a rumor that there was a port of Gran Turismo 7 to PC that was in production that has since been canceled, and the PSN policy change is interesting when you pair it with the rumor about GT7 no longer coming to PC, and then you look at the Spider-Man 2 coming in terrible shape. I'm not sure why PlayStation has once again rushed a port to PC only to have the results clearly show just how stupid it is to do that. The Last of Us Part 1, I kind of understood what they were doing, right? They were trying to capitalize on the show's popularity at the time, but it's equally stupid, I think, to treat your IP that way, even if it kind of made sense. It makes no sense, however, to decide to bring Spider-Man 2 to PC faster than every other ported game for it to land in January. Like, what's so great about January? It's like one of the worst months to do anything in. It's the slowest spending month of the year. So they basically just took one of their most valuable pieces of property, rushed its port to PC faster than any other port before, and it's in a bad shape on PC. Because in my mind, here's the thing. I hope this leads to longer windows of bringing quality ports to PC as opposed to what they just did. Because if you're not going to do that, then why bother, okay? The sales are going to be terrible because everybody's going to see the score or they're going to refund and they're just not going to buy or they're going to get their money back. And this is an awful representation of a really great product. This is a game that was highly decorated and highly nominated for awards, and you just treated it like crap. So PlayStation's got to do better with their ports. This is completely inexcusable. There's literally no reason to do it. I can't think of a good reason to bring the game that fast. It's done nothing but sabotage their efforts. Now, on the Avowed at 60 FPS discussion, we've been up to now not been able to confirm, quality modes or performance modes for Avowed, and it's now being claimed by Insider Gaming reporting on this. The leaker Ecstasis says that there is somebody who has their hands on Avowed right now who is claiming there are performance modes. There's 30, 40, and 60 FPS modes on the Series X. Now, if this is true, I think my hunch about a policy at the company has been in place, right? It's very possible that Xbox does not want to promote the fact that Avowed will have performance modes on the Series X, but not have them on the Series S, especially since Microsoft and Phil Spencer continue to falsely claim that there is no hardware limitation on the Series S. That is objectively false. Now, we will know soon enough, right? The review embargo drops on February the 13th at 9 a.m. Eastern. That is 5 days before the release of the game. I will say that strikes me as a very confident embargo date, and that should be encouraging to fans who have been waiting for Avowed to land, because you're basically going to be able to get the reviews almost an entire week before. Now, I've got a game for your wish list and your radar before we get into the live discussion. And this is one that just landed basically everywhere. Ender Magnolia Bloom in the Mist. This is a sequel to a game called Ender Lilies, which is also well worth your time if you like these kind of games. Sort of a 2D Metroidvania game with a dark fantasy tone. Now, I played the demo of Ender Lilies, and I remember really enjoying the unique combat where you basically summon ghosts to fight for you, and you can switch them and change them and do all sorts of things. Ender Magnolia Bloom in the Mist launched just a little bit ago, January 22nd, on old and current gen Xboxes, so you can get it on both the old and current gen of the Xbox and the PlayStation. It's also on the Nintendo Switch and Steam. It's a 2D Metroidvania dark fantasy game. Its score is very strong. It has a 95% on Steam after 7,000 reviews. It has a 98% on PlayStation with almost 2,000 reviews, and there's only 41 reviews on Xbox, but it has 5 out of 5. It has 100% on Xbox. It's currently $25, so add this to your wish list or backlog like I have, along with Ender Lilies if you like those kinds of games. So, just a quick recap. Forza's coming to PlayStation, and basically everything else is as well, seemingly only a matter of time. Xbox earnings shows that PlayStation was the dominant purchaser of their content in December. The Spider-Man 2 PC port is not in good shape. And lastly, Avowed allegedly has a 60 FPS mode for Series X owners. So that's the news, and now it's time for the discussion. Guys, make sure you're going through that ritual. I've been trying to make sure the show open doesn't go any longer than 10 minutes, but sometimes there's a lot to talk about, and I want to make sure I kind of get my nuance and my opinions in there when we open up the show. And I do have some people to thank who are already pushing us along towards the goal. Han shot first, and so did you. Alex with the first gifted member of the day. We are going to be playing Orcs Must Die Death Trap today if we hit the goal. Community Game Day unlocked when we hit 500. And then we have a stretch goal as well for tonight. And then 4:33, another one comes in from Joker Quinn. And then a 10 bomb from Sneaky Wolf is going to get us a whole lot closer to the goal. Thank you so much, Sneaky Wolf. Thank you, everybody. One of the best ways to help this video out right now is to get us to 200 likes as fast as possible. We've only been streaming for like 10 minutes, and you guys are already crushing that like count. Thank you guys so much as well for supporting those uploads. Be sure to leave comments and likes on those videos. You may get featured in this stream. Let me check some of the comments now. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Fuzzy Muffin's got a comment here. He says, honestly, even Starfield not being received well, it is still worth the money to port. I think the largest chunk of players who tried Starfield probably just played it through Game Pass. I mean, I would say that that's probably true. There are a lot of people that would see Bethesda and would see a big, well-known title, and they would just buy it automatically. I still would worry about the reception and the user score not being very good if they bring it over in its current state. But with the way that Fallout 4 sold on PlayStation, it wouldn't surprise me if it came over and did well. Now, Dylan's going to get us really close to the next milestone of 450 with the 5 bomb. That's 448. Thank you so much, Dylan. That weekly goal has just been absolutely phenomenal lately. I will be gone next week, so that member count's going to get a little hurt next week, and we'll have to bounce back when I come back. We could always bounce back today if you guys want to go for a record, but I will be out of town next week, okay? So I know you guys don't like it when I go out of town, but I will. And as you guys pile into today, let us know what you think. Leave a comment on the latest upload, and then make sure and smash the like button. And another 5 bomb comes in from Wired Rope. We're on a little bit of a member train, and I'm going to join you guys because I now owe you 5 members. So many 5-member trains have happened on this channel, and it looks like we're on the verge of another one. Somebody says another vacation. I don't take vacations. I'm a dad, so I take family trips. And a 50 bomb comes in from Risick, and he says, we're going to set our sights on the stretch goal, and pushes us to 503, but now we're going to be at 504 because Joker Quinn renewed, and then 509 because a 5 bomb comes in from Joanna. We are pushing that member train to the limit, and now we're on our way to the stretch goal. I got to wear a hat. I don't like wearing hats, but I have to wear a hat for the member stream this evening if you guys hit the goal. I don't know why we picked that. Somebody in chat picked it. Trophy unlocked, 20 months. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Make sure and you guys say thank you to Risick. By the way, we have a milestone to celebrate right now. We have the most we have ever had of member plus members and above. We have 572. We are just 28 members away from being at 600 member plus and above. You can help us hit that milestone today. Upgrade your membership for $1 or just sign up brand new. Just make sure you pick member plus. Thank you so much. So that's really your hair. I always assumed it was a hat. Yeah, this is not a hat. Yeah, this is actual hair. It is attached, and yeah, it's not a hat. Stonespire left a comment on the video, and he says, what is exciting to me about this is Xbox games coming to PlayStation at the same time as Xbox means gamers everywhere will be able to celebrate gay games come together instead of titles being used to try and fuel a war that has long been over. For sure. I do feel bad for the Xbox guys that didn't see this coming. There are guys that didn't see this coming. They didn't. And listen, I feel bad for them. There are obviously podcasters, YouTubers, and folks on Twitter who saw it coming. You upgraded to VIP. Dylan, that counts as 2. That counts as 2. Let me go back here on the back end. Did you just push us to a new record? Let me see. Hang on. I gotta get out of the comments. I'm on the comments on that video. Guys, that's a great reason to comment on my uploads. You may get featured in the live stream for your thoughts. And I'm going to pull this up and open now. Yes, you did. You upgraded. That's worth 2. That takes us to 511. There it is. Guys, anytime you upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, I count that as a double, even if it's a brand new member. We are currently at 573. That's now the new record. The new record for Member Plus and above is 573. Thank you so much, Dylan, for helping us get there. And Kyle W. hits 32 months as a VIP, and that bumps the line to 512. Thank you so much. Did your daughter give you permission to yell about 50 bombs today? She's not here. Oh, they're not here right now. There's a woman that they visit once a week and help help her with like her groceries and stuff. And so that's what they're doing right now. Joker Quinn says, between the Series S and Game Pass, Xbox hit an unavoidable iceberg, and the loyal chose to go down with the ship. I feel bad for the everyday fan, but the toxic bots deserve this. I 100% agree with you, Joker Quinn. I do. I feel bad for the average Joe Xbox fan, that didn't see this coming. But to the rest of them, you deserve every square inch of this. If you don't see it coming, says Mad Joe, you're watching too much of the crazy Xbox influencers. Well, and I hold those gentlemen and individuals responsible. I do. I hold them responsible. I hold them accountable for their dishonesty and for misleading people. I do. I hope their audiences respond in the way that they should. I hope their audiences stop watching them, because that's exactly what you should do when someone basically spends 13 months misleading you about what's happening. You should be like, yeah, I'm not watching your content anymore. That's how the market should respond to dishonest people. All you do is, if they come out with a hybrid Xbox and handheld, come on, Steam on your Xbox is a big win. That's the one way they would win me back into their hardware, with something hybrid, something handheld, Grim. What's the reason? Okay, let's just do a hypothetical. Let's imagine that next year, in 2026, they drop a console that's stronger than my Pro. Let's just imagine, okay? Why should I buy it and go over there? Why? Eventually, there'll be a stronger PlayStation. I've got a strong PC. Like, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, you don't win me over just with performance. I needed games, and now that you're putting all the games on my Pro gets perfectly good performance. So it's like, unless you're going to absolutely mollywop the Pro and just absolutely go crazy with your hardware, I wouldn't need to switch. It'd be like, okay, what, you're going to give me slightly higher res and performance? That's fine. I mean, I'm getting great performance on my Pro, and I'm getting also all of the games. I'm getting all the games, with the exception of the Nintendo games. I'll have a Nintendo Switch too. And I play little indies on Steam. It's just the draw won't be there. The draw won't be there. I don't think Xbox is even going to try. I don't think they have a reason to. I think they know that people won't respond to it. It would be expensive as well. It would be expensive for them to try to do a really, really high-end piece of hardware. Color X says, with all the studios they have, they will have a good year with really good games. What do you guys think of my prediction based on the earnings that PlayStation is now going to take the priority of the development? What do you guys think about that? I mean, that pie chart, Uno Yo Die with the 5 bomb says, let's get the stretch goal. There it is. Thank you so much. Here, let's see if we can find Deadpool. I can't type. Deadpool hat PNG. Let's see if we can find one to put on our little guy down there. Is this one? No, that's not a PNG. Oh, I need a PNG, dudes. That's not one. I need a transparent PNG hat, and none of these sites are using PNGs for whatever reason. Maybe this one here. Nope. Let's see. I'm going to add the word transparent. And a $5 super chat from Sneaky Wolf. Oop, I forgot to set the super chat goal. I'm so sorry. 5 super chats, 3 hours. I will gift a member. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And that is Sneaky Wolf. If Valve wants to make a console like rumors suggest, I can't see them allowing Steam on an Xbox hybrid. That certainly would be a potential barrier between that happening. As you know, some of us have suggested that could be a thing. All right, we're just going to have to do baseball hat, PNG, transparent, and just try our best to get one here. See if we can find one. Nobody has one. I don't even know what to say. What is the deal here? There's one. All right. Save image as. There we go. All right, I got one. Jiminy Christmas. That was difficult. Come on, Google image search. Shouldn't be that dadgum hard. All right, it should be in my downloads. No, is it in pictures? No. Did it put it in split screen? Thumbs up. There it is. There it is. This is how I'm going to do. Let me hold still. This is how I'm going to do it, y'all. This is just a fort. This is just a foretaste. I had to give all my concentration to that. I had to give all my concentration to that. I was like, hang on a minute. It's going to take me a second. Look, there he's got a hat on now. It fits perfectly. Yeah, it fits perfectly. I have a really big head, too. I mean, it's hard to find. It's hard to find a hat that fits. GTA waiting room. Nope, we're not doing a GTA waiting room, dude. No. Ask yourself, Lono, what would Jimmy Neutron do? Let me go through these questions here. Wait, did I miss something? No, I thought I missed somebody's. Why would Steam care if they get a cut? Yo, what's good, Purple Haze? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know because I guess the reason would be why would they want to get a cut when they can get the whole 100%? Does that make sense? You know what I mean? I don't know. More comments on my video here. We got one from Spice King. He says, what's next? Everything. Literally everything. As for what's coming directly following Forza, no idea. Halo Master Chief, perhaps. Halo Master Chief is first, I bet. Yo, Jason Knight signs up. No, wait. That's J-Ragan Knight. Jaragan Knight? J-Ragan Knight? That's 2. That counts as 2. When you sign up brand new as a member plus, it counts as 2. Thank you so much. And a 5-bomb from Gambit Zero. We're cooking today, boys. That's 524. I owe you guys 10, almost 15. Let me check the member count. I think we are at a new record for member plus and above. 574. 574. We are officially 26 members away from the next milestone. If we hit that 600, we're going to do like an IRL stream. I'll show you guys how I reverse sear a steak. It's going to be amazing. We need 26 people to either upgrade or sign up brand new, but you have to pick member plus or VIP. Steam wouldn't care because the 100% they get now has to compete with Xbox. What do you mean compete with Xbox? Xbox isn't competing with them. You think Xbox and Steam are competing with each other? Resurrect left a comment on my video. He says, Microsoft used to sell hardware as well, but the bulk of the money comes from the software. Xbox is taking the same road, that's all. Opening it up to PlayStation will at least double the software income. Yep, software strategy. Yeah, where have I heard that before? Lono putting them down with hard facts for the Xbox players. Indeed, that's all I've been doing. I haven't changed. That's all I've been doing, dude, for 3 years. I'm willing to bet the Halo Master Chief Collection comes to PlayStation 5 before the end of September of this year, says Christopher Burnett. It's more like the Xbox app is fighting the Epic app. Steam is miles in front. Yeah, I don't feel like they're even in competition. PlayStation gets a 30% cut for every purchase of Xbox games. With that increase in revenue, without the risk, do you see them altering their service plans or PlayStation ports? Okay, so my Creature said that yesterday, and Gambit Zero lands the plane at 525 exactly with a gifted member. There it is. Thank you so much. And the Member Plus from Twisted Sin, 20 months of membership, says the narrative from them is now exclusives are bad, PlayStation should release everywhere. Yeah, it's just tiring. I've got a video on Twitter about that. I'm like, I told you guys last year, I said, the next thing they're going to do is Phil is going to blow the dog whistle and tell everybody to demonize exclusives, and now they are. They went from celebrating exclusives to demonizing exclusives. Why? Because Xbox told them to. Xbox told them to. They're not saying it because they believe it. They're saying it because Xbox said, yeah, we're not doing exclusives anymore. Please go evangelize and tell everybody that exclusives are bad now. Petrov says, respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, trust is gained, loyalty is returned. I appreciate that, Petrov, whether you're talking about here or you're talking about Xbox. Thank you so much. PlayStation games will be on Switch 2, at least. I don't know about that. I don't know. I could see them taking older PS4 games to the Switch 2 if possible to try to coax people over, but outside of that, I just don't think so. I really don't think so. Exclusives is love. Exclusives is life. I mean, I just don't think you're going to see... what is going on? Why does my phone say I have 7 unread emails? What is happening? I don't. Holy mackerel. Oh, somebody did like a multi-thread reaction. I didn't know you could react to emails. And a member plus from Ghost in the Garage Gaming. Funny how everyone wants Sony to follow suit and put their games on Xbox or PC in order to survive. However, mum's the word about Nintendo surviving. Thank you. And that's an Agent of Chaos. Ghost, that's what I keep wanting to know. Why is PlayStation different? Why? Why? Their hardware's dominating. It's above pace of PS4 in America as far as market saturation. Everybody's like, well, Nintendo's Nintendo. They can just keep doing what they do. Okay, why is PlayStation different? I don't understand. Why did they have to stop doing exclusives? Can you explain that to me? I asked that question to Paris Lily on Twitter. It's like Spider-Man 2 just came to PC, the fastest of any PlayStation game's ever been ported, and it's not ready and it's in bad shape. It's not optimized. It's glitchy and buggy. It's embarrassing for Nixus and Insomniac's names to be attached to it, right? Why would you suddenly want day and date on PC when 14 months to port it wasn't enough time to get a quality port? What, you want these studios doing parallel development? Everybody's complaining about PlayStation first-party studio games taking too long to come out. You want to extend that and make it take longer? It just took them 14 months to bring Spider-Man 2 to PC, and it ain't frickin' ready. Or look at Final Fantasy's port, and it ain't frickin' ready. But yes, that's the solution to the problem of rising budgets and development taking too long. What an idea. What a great idea. Let's instead have them make the games for multiple platforms. Ecstasis is using Lono's thumbnail. Hey! That's my thumbnail, Ecstasis! Let's give me some credit. Let me look at him on my Twitter. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on. What's his Twitter? Ecstasis? What is it? Give me the official tweet. This is it, isn't it? Yeah. Hang on. That image looks familiar. Hang on. Hang on. Fable. And there's my video. And let's do this. That image is very familiar to me. Paste. LOL. He's literally using my thumb. Using my thumb out here on Twitter. He had it in the chamber. He did. Doc was ready. I forget what I was saying. I broke my train of thought. If you don't agree, I remember you talking about Hellblade 2 yesterday. It doesn't seem like the budget paid off. Right. Before I got distracted by Ecstasis using my thumbnail on Twitter. Listen, I don't know why anybody thinks that the solution to rising budgets and games taking longer to come to market and games coming to market when they're not ready, your solution to that problem is, well, make the game for more places. Like I said this morning, it's like saying, we could put this fire out with gasoline. Gasoline's a liquid, isn't it? Like, it'll put it out. No, you're going to make the fire worse. You're going to exacerbate all existing problems with big budgets and development taking too long by saying, well, yeah, PlayStation should just ship their games day and date on PC. What? Why? That doesn't make any sense. They just brought Spider-Man 2 to PC faster than any PlayStation port before, and look at the quality that you got. You would have rather had them ship Spider-Man 2 day and date, which means we wouldn't have been playing it when we were. We would have waited for it to it would have taken longer to come to the market. It would have cost more money, and look at the quality you would probably still get. It's like, gee, maybe when people like Reforge Gaming say that making a game for multiple platforms is not as simple as flipping a switch, and building Spider-Man 2 for one platform led to a really great quality thing, really great quality product, and then when you try to bring it to PC, it's a little complicated. It's not simplistic. It's not one-to-one. Brett, I skipped your chat. Sorry. I'm scrolling up. Brett Williams is a 20-month member. Saw a video this morning saying PlayStation is the little brother of Xbox and Microsoft is saving PlayStation because they care about a healthy market. Oh my golly. Holy mackerel. Oh, Lord. Oh my gosh. Let's look at some of these comments on my upload. Brooklyn Breed says, I told you so, energy is needed. They aren't worth it. They're not worth it. All right? They're not worth it. My producer told me to act like I've been here before. He's like, act like you've been here before. Right? If you're scoring a couple touchdowns every game, you don't need to act like it's the changing of the world or the guard. It's like act like you've been here before. This isn't new territory for us. We've been here before. They're not worth it. They're not worth. I don't need to tell them I told you so. I don't need to take a victory lap. My victory laps are taking victory laps. I don't need to. Why bother? It's pointless. And like I said this morning, to the people who made it personal, I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it. Debasing yourself. What, Spider-Man 2 was broke the first week on PlayStation 5? No. No. The glitches in that game were largely overstated at launch. Spider-Man 2 was perfectly playable. There were minimal glitches, and lots of the videos you saw on Twitter, there was one person literally making fake glitches. They were like going into photo mode and doing different things. Spider-Man 2, I played Spider-Man 2 at launch, homie. There were not invisible buildings and disappearing things. No. It was, I'll admit, it was surprising to see an Insomniac title actually have glitches and bugs in it. It was like, this is kind of shocking. It was fixed very quickly, and it was nothing like what we're seeing on PC. It was totally fine. The version on PC has like a 50% on Steam. That is a bad score. That's a bad port. Something is not right. Something's wrong. Something wasn't ready, clearly. The minimal glitches at launch in Spider-Man 2 were hilariously overstated. Yeah, Xasis says, I have no idea who that is. I just put one of the first images that came up on Google when searching Fable PS5. We out here, boys. We're one of the first Google image hits for Fable on PS5. I remember getting ripped a new one a year ago for speculating that Starfield would come to PlayStation. Now the whole slate's coming. Being right feels good. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. The average Joe don't care. He just buys game. Only bots and ponies care. Actually, I know a lot of Xbox fans that are mad. That's not true. There's average Joe Xbox fans that aren't happy about this. Is there a reason why I feel all these years I've been following you, you defend PlayStation almost always, or am I wrong? You are wrong, and you cheer for Xbox, and you cheer against PlayStation, so your bias shades what you think of my coverage. Did you see my video this week that said Sony bends the knee? Doubt you did. Did you see my video where I ridiculed their treatment of Helldivers? Doubt you did. Did you see my show open this morning where I said the Spider-Man port's abysmal and embarrassing? Doubt you did. Did you see my video where I talked about The Last of Us Part 1 was embarrassing and stupid? Doubt you did. I doubt you did. Roadkill says, all Xbox YouTube channels do is try and talk about how bad PlayStation is. None of them even talk about Xbox. It's really sad. Don't come in here with that energy. Don't come in here with that energy. Don't. I have PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Yeah, and I have consistently been critical of things that PlayStation's done over the years. I was critical of their showcase when they took forever and then didn't show us anything. I've said that Herman Hulst needs a dose of humble pie because he thought Concord was going to be amazing. I said they need clear oversight because somebody greenlit a God of War live service game. Did you see any of that? I doubt you did. That I do not defend things unless I think they're worthy of defense. I said this the other day. None of these companies have my loyalty. I give them my money. I don't care who they are. I buy games on Steam. I buy games on my PlayStation. I'm going to get a Nintendo Switch too. I give them my money. PlayStation doesn't have my loyalty. Do you see me getting really great treatment from PlayStation? Do you see me getting codes? I'm out here calling them stupid. I'm out here saying what they did with PSN on Steam was dumb. I consider them bending the knee to the player a win because I was like, what you're doing is completely counterproductive. Does that sound like somebody who's loyal to PlayStation to a fault and only ever defends them? No. That doesn't. That sounds like somebody who critically looks at every decision companies makes and makes decisions based on what I think is right and what I think is wrong. I said that Concord was going to flop. I was critical of the gameplay from moment one. Did you see that coverage? You know what I'm going to say. I doubt that you did. What's going on with Sony Sports? They always have a problem. I have no idea. Insomniac and Nixxes, there's no reason for them to have anything on Steam in the shape that game is in. There's no excuse. Those are two of the best studios out there. What are we talking about? Like, how does that even happen? Ghost in the Garage Gaming. Sony's not perfect, but when it comes to all-around gaming experience, VR, Portal, Pro Model, games, monitors, subservice, they have you covered all in one place. Yeah, I mean, again, I buy things based on what I think is going to be worth purchasing, and then I use them accordingly. You know what I mean? Octavio Cruz with a $10 super chat. The default excuse, I have PC, PlayStation, and Xbox every single time the same. Yeah. No fandom, just seemingly always defending one side and attacking another. Yeah, sure. Nova Hands left a comment on my video. He said, if you would have told me 20 years ago that Halo and Gears of War would end up on PlayStation, I would have laughed in your face. Now there's nothing surprising about it. Microsoft has done nothing to reassure its user base that they have any concern for exclusivity for iconic franchises. It's just further confirmation that there's no reason for me to be loyal to their hardware anymore. I'll just treat them like a publisher and take my hardware business elsewhere, which frankly probably won't bother them anyway. Definitely true. That's definitely true. They don't care. What's good, John Lepkowski? I said this. I don't even know when I said it. It was sometime last year. I said if they lean into the publishing strategy, the software strategy, they're not going to care if you switch teams. They don't care. They don't care. They're going to get your money. Is Gran Turismo 7 and Demon's Souls coming to PC or not? I don't know. I don't know, Supremacy. There's a rumor right now that there was a Gran Turismo 7 port in the works that has been canceled. That's not been corroborated or confirmed by anybody. I jumped on Twitter way back for saying making Starfield exclusive to Xbox is dumb. Because a dumb business move because over half of the Bethesda players on PlayStation and eventually it'll come too. Yeah, I think it'll eventually come as well. We're hearing from other outlets that it's coming. The Cisco says, as I seriously consider the options for replacing the 4 Xboxes in my home, I keep reminding myself that I'm not leaving Xbox. Xbox left me. Yep. I told people that this gen, I said, I didn't walk away from Xbox. Xbox walked away from me. It's okay. I'm just asking you. I must have been in most streams when you're only going after Xbox, but it's okay. Just sick of fanboy content. Now I know. Thank you. Happy Cloud Gamer, you asked the question in the form of an accusation, and let me be clear about something, okay? Let me be clear about something. If you watch sports commentary, and there's one team that is just absolutely having a terrible season, and there's another team that's having a consistent season, who do you think they're going to talk about more? Who? If a coach is screwing up, if a defensive coach, offensive coach, if the offensive line, if the defensive line, if everybody's screwing up, who are they going to talk about more? The team that just keeps fumbling the ball, that's breaking records of screw-ups, or are they going to talk about the team that's just chugging along, having a perfectly fine season? Like, my criticisms of PlayStation are there. They're not all over the place because PlayStation's not all over the place. They're just doing their thing. They're delivering to me what I hope to get this gen. So, of course. Of course. So did Sony pull back on porting more exclusive to PC? A very interesting development. Yeah, I think their pullback on PSN requirement, the state of Spider-Man 2 on PC, and the rumor about GT7, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It'll be real interesting on the next earnings call if they speak to any shift in their PC strategy. I'm very curious if there's been a shift. It's like, yeah, just push Spider-Man. Just push it the frick out. We don't even frickin' care. Just shove it out there. We're done. We're done with this. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but that the whole thing smells funny to me. The whole situation with PlayStation games on PC smells funny. Like, they suddenly walk back the PSN requirement. They are giving you an incentive to sign up. They are. They're going to give you some. They're going to give you some stuff. So that's a new initiative, which to me is a sign that they're still committed to bringing games to PC. But from the outside looking in, it's like, do y'all even care? Like, do you even care about bringing games to PC? You just rushed Spider-Man 2. It's in bad shape. You know, we're hearing rumors that Gran Turismo 7 got canceled to PC. What are you doing? My producer, I interrupted myself earlier. He thought that they might be like, yeah, we're going to get all this easy money from, Xbox games coming over. We don't even need to worry about bringing stuff to PC anymore. We don't need that revenue. The revenue is menial. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I'm just saying their behavior around porting to PC is weird. It's really weird. It doesn't make any sense. It's all over the place. Their messaging around it doesn't seem to be consistent. It just doesn't. A $5 super chat from Supremacy. Game Pass subs is the only reason why Microsoft is even selling consoles at this point. Outside of that, are we looking at another Sega here? What say you? We are looking at a publisher. Listen, I said it at the end of my upload. Guys, do me a real quick favor, all right? Everybody take a quick second. Listen to me. Everybody take a real quick second and smash the like button. Let's get to 300 likes right now. Let's do it. There's a ton of you here. 300 likes is the next milestone. We're trying to get 600 members on the week. We're going to have a great day. Get this game installed on Game Pass, Orcs Must Die Death Trap, or on Steam. We're playing it this afternoon and this evening for Community Game Day, all right? And double check that it's saving your like. Sometimes it doesn't save your like. Make sure that thumbs up is saving. All right, listen. I said this at the end of my upload. Phil Spencer sat down on a podcast last year and he said, just 4 games. Those 4 games are not Indiana Jones and Starfield. And then everybody took it and ran with it. I guarantee you, I probably ended up in 15 videos. Look at Reforge coping. Who's coping now, you chumps? He says that last year. It's just 4 games, And he knows that Forza is coming. There's no way that Forza gets announced in January, coming to PS5 with crossplay. With crossplay between Xbox and PlayStation. That is not something that you whip up in a month. That man sat in that chair with full knowledge that one of your pillars was going to PlayStation, and he had the nerve to say, just 4 games. I don't want people to see this as a signal that everything's going. So, let me ask you a question. When he sits down and says, we're committed to hardware, there is future hardware, there is future consoles, do you believe him? What reason do you have to believe him? What? Why would you believe him? Just 4 games. This is not a signal that everything's going. 11 months later. Oh, there it goes. There goes Forza. We're hearing from notable, credible insiders. Master Chief Collection's next. Why would you believe anything he's saying at this point? Oh, no, we're still committed to hardware. That could be a handheld. That could be anything. Well, yeah, we'll always make sure and have a console. What the frick does that even mean? I would take everything that man says with the smallest pinch of salt. I mean, just a literal granule of salt. Just one grain of salt. I would take everything he says with a grain of salt. He said with a straight face, just 4 games. This isn't a signal that everything's going. And in the back of his mind, he knows, they're working on Forza right now. They're working on Forza right now. And a re-up from Christopher Burnett. Slightly off topic, but Rockstar has added a new post on their Instagram account, and it's for boxing match tomorrow night. Strangest post they've ever made. I'm done with Rockstar. I'm done with you, Rockstar. That adds to the member count of 527. Thank you so much. I owe you guys 10. I'm going to drop the 10 bomb right now. I actually owe you 15, but I'm just going to do 10 right now. We're having a huge day. We need 24 more likes. Keep smashing that like button. This guy says, revenue declining 7% with only single-digit growth expected next quarter is no surprise. They're stepping on the gas when it comes to multiplat. Yep. Wait until PS5, please. Oof. It's a good question. What's next? I'm thinking maybe Starfield or Halo. Agreed. If Microsoft's quarterly reports show hardware down drastically year over year, what does that mean for Sarah Bond? A great question. What does that mean for her statements about hardware? And a 5 spot from Old School Gamer. Lono, do you think that the CEO job going for the hardware guy over Herman Holst may be an indicator to their PC strategy? Let me reread this. The CEO job went to the hardware guy over Herman Holst. Maybe be an indicator to their PC strategy. I don't know. I don't know. They just need to keep Herman Holst away from the live service games. Like, let the real experts look at the live service games, not Herman. Like, let Herman look at the single-player games, right? He had experience with Guerrilla. He let him be over the studios working on single-player games. He shouldn't be anywhere near a live service game. That guy backed Concord. Like, The hardware guy would suggest the opposite. He would suggest the opposite of what exactly? What are you seeing that being a development with? Like, he's going to be thinking that we should put the pedal down on hardware and ignore PC? Did he ever see Concord, though? I don't know. He thought it was going to be amazing. What did he base that off of? An email? He thought Concord was going to be amazing. I don't think he said that because somebody sent him an email and said, it's going to be amazing, Herman. I think he looked at it. I think my personal thought is he might have seen an early build or early concept of it back when like live service was exploding and games like that were hot, and he's like, this is going to be really special. Let's buy these guys. 3 or 4 years goes by and the industry shifts in what it wants, and they're like, this is stupid. We don't want this. It was also derivative and non-original and not a great game. So it's like I don't know what he saw that convinced him of that, but the last thing I want him doing is gauging gauging the viability of a live service game. He can't do that. He's proven that. Sean Layden, I think, is the one that set the runway up for Helldivers 2. That doesn't even go. I don't even think that credit goes to Jim Ryan or Herman Holst. Herman Holst is the one that has to wear the crown of Concord, at least for a while. The excitement in my son's voice when I told him Forza, on top of the disappointment of my coworker when I told him about Forza, made for a great Friday. What a juxtaposition. What a juxtaposition. Your son's like, yay! And your coworker's like, no! This is from the transcript. So we made the decision that we're going to take 4 games to the other consoles. Just 4 games, not a change to our kind of fundamental exclusive strategy. We're making these decisions for some specific reasons. We make every decision really with the long-term health of Xbox in mind. Yeah, so that was a lie. I mean, that's a flat out lie. I'll just say it. I don't accuse Phil of lying. I don't accuse him of lying as liberally as some others. Like, I'm not just always throwing out the accusation that he's lying. But when he says this is not a change to our kind of fundamental exclusive strategy, yes, it was. Yes, it is. The fundamentals of your exclusive strategy have been completely jettisoned. They have been completely jettisoned. It's gone. You know, it's like when the Joker says he's going to make the pencil disappear. It's like, you know, want to see me make these exclusive disappear, and it's gone. It's like it's gone. They're not doing it anymore. When the CFO said first, better, or best, how can your Xbox game be first, better, or best if it's going to land on PlayStation 5 with enhancements? Like, how? I don't think he lied. Careful in how he worded it. Explain to me how he carefully worded that this is not a change to our kind of fundamental exclusive strategy. How is that not a change to their exclusive strategy? That's quite literally what it represents. Their exclusive strategy has completely evaporated. Like, it's not even that they changed their exclusive strategy. Their exclusive strategy has evaporated. There isn't one anymore. He says, well, we're not changing our exclusive strategy, and then he just tells Destin Legary, we're not going to fence any game in. No, we're not going to do that. He said the next day to shareholders, like, yeah, we're changing everything. Yeah, he says on the podcast that they're not changing their exclusive strategy, and then he tells The Verge in a same-day interview that nothing's off the table. I think he was being honest. We're bringing these 4 games. He never said, though, that it'll be those 4 games. WGC, please engage with what I am saying. The quote I'm taking issue with isn't the 4 games. He said, we're not making a change to our fundamental exclusive strategy. Yes, they did. The exclusive strategy has been eradicated. It's not there anymore. There is no longer a strategy with exclusives. How can you say we're not changing our strategy with exclusives if you're getting rid of the very idea? Like I said, every time the man speaks, people accuse him of lying. I don't do that. I'm usually very careful to be like, no, he really didn't lie. He's just very slick with his words. In this particular situation, I think what he said was dishonest, like absolutely deceptive. Assuring the Xbox loyal that you're not changing your exclusive strategy when in the back of your mind you have people porting Forza Horizon to PlayStation 5, you're lying. You're lying to people. No, maybe he could come back and be like, yeah, we didn't change our exclusive strategy. We just deleted it. We didn't edit the document. We just deleted the document. I mean, if you want to play semantics games, but come on, that was not honest what he said. The just 4 games and those 4 games are not Indiana Jones and Starfield. That was slick corporate. I'm not going to say it exactly the right way, but I am going to make it seem like, you know, Starfield and Indiana Jones are safe. Sure. I'll give you that one. That one was not a straight up lie. He says there's no fundamental exclusive strategy after saying the acquisitions were about exclusives on Game Pass. Right. There's only been a handful of times I've hammered Phil. I like Phil. I have. I always loved covering the Xbox showcases back in the day when I was more on Team Xbox. I still like Phil. I do. I think he genuinely loves games. I do. I think he genuinely loves games, and he wants games to flourish. He's always talking about the teams and the creatives and how much he wants them to flourish. I don't think he's the corporate Microsoft guy. I do believe he's the game guy. I think he likes games and wants games to do well. But the 2 times I've hammered him was when he basically said that the situation with Baldur's Gate 3 was not a hardware limitation. That is a lie. When the Microsoft spokesperson said it wasn't a hardware limitation, that is a lie. And when you say, yeah, we're not making a change to our fundamental exclusive strategy, that's not true. It isn't true. It was a fundamental change to how they handle exclusives. You can't be porting Forza and the Master Chief Collection and Gears And now we're hearing Fable as well. You can't be greenlighting all those ports and then look me in the straight face and be like, yeah, but we're not changing our fundamental exclusive strategy. What do you mean? Yes, you are. Why was Indie announced? Oh, when? Indie was announced at Gamescom. Jeff Keighley at Gamescom. So, Lono, do you believe that from 2026, all Xbox studios will be day and date on PlayStation? I believe there will be almost no exceptions to this. I think they'll all be day and date, yes. This is all you need to see, okay? This is all you need to see. Hang on. That was supposed to be a little bit faster. This is all you need to see right here. That's it. It's over. This right here looks like some boring corporate pie chart. But to the Xbox loyal, this is a nightmare. They can call this a Trojan horse. They can claim that, oh yeah, this is a strategy from Xbox to sneak in and take over. No. This is a dadgum nightmare to the Xbox loyal. Just in the month of December, PlayStation gave almost double the revenue of Xbox and PC combined on Microsoft's publishing efforts. Do you want to know what the C-suite? Do you want to know what the shareholders? Do you want to know what Satya Nadella thinks about this? You know what they think? PlayStation's our number one priority. This is a nightmare for the Xbox loyal. This is not a good thing for you. You don't even know what the percentage of Xbox is there, by the way. You don't even know. I really want to know what this red slice looks like if you actually separate PC. Just how frickin' bad would it look? How bad would it look? And listen, that pie chart's going to get even worse. It's going to get even worse. Why? Because they're just going to be putting more and more and more on PlayStation. Doom will sell more copies on PlayStation than Xbox. No contest. Why? Game Pass. Game Pass. So you want to know why the floodgates are open? You want to know why this is happening and why they literally don't care? It's because they're a software company, man. And they're making money with their software. And they're going to give priority to the biggest spender in the room. That's the way that it goes. When we were dealing with the coffee company that makes our coffee, that roasts the beans, and they had all these other big customers, guess what? We had a hard time getting their attention sometimes. Why? We weren't one of their bigger customers. PlayStation's now their biggest customer. Their new exclusive strategy is porting games to PS5 on a game-to-game basis. So in that sense, that's what Phil is referring to when he says their strategy isn't changing. Yes, it is changing. What are you talking about, Cobra Kai? Before that podcast, were they porting their exclusives to PlayStation? Were they? No. It's a fundamental shift in their strategy. I don't know how in the world you can say that it's not. That is weird. Pac-Man on a Bike with 26 months in November Plus. This is why Xbox and PC are together on that chart, because it would be damning if they separated it. Thoughts? I think it would be way worse. Kirk says this is comedy gold. Can you explain to me what you think is comedy gold? I want you to say it with your chest. You did this during morning coffee. Say it with your chest. What's so funny? Come on. I'm right here on the mic, and the chat's right here, ready to engage in discussion, debate, or disagreement. What's so funny, Kirk? Why are you so amused? I have a big chest, are you sure? What, are you accidentally typing on your alt? I might pick up Forza 5 at some point for PS5. I'm not a racing guy, but it's a gorgeous game. I couldn't believe people that were trying to act like it was an old-gen game. I was like, what do you mean? It's like one of the best-looking next-gen games for Xbox. This guy, Michael Moradin, says, Microsoft will realize that they have to get rid of the worst performing division to significantly increase their margins, and that's the hardware. His statements about hardware I take with a grain of salt. Yeah, I take with a grain of salt because to me, he said an awful lot about the games and the exclusives and the Just For and blah, 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 and it amounted to nothing. This is why I want Microsoft games going to everything. More profit to Microsoft. I don't care about exclusives. I believe this is the future. Next, it will be like movie streaming. Well, I mean, I don't believe this is the future. I don't think Nintendo and PlayStation are going to follow suit. Has he said anything? And a $5 super chat from Siriu. Xbox is stronger than ever. These numbers are just pony lies. We're one super chat away from confetti. I've actually never seen the confetti. Hang on. I want to see the confetti. I want to pull open the chat. Okay. I've never got to see the confetti. A pony made the chart. Yeah. Maloon has a question above. All right, hang on 1 second. Calm down, y'all. Switch 2 is coming. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. But okay. Where is Nintendo on the pie chart? It doesn't make sense to me. They published a bunch of games on Switch as well, but it's not even 1%. Confetti. I didn't see any confetti on the browser. Does it only do it on mobile? I didn't see any confetti. What the frick, man? I feel ripped off here. I owe you guys a member. Let me bump the line to $4.29. It does it in browsers too? I wonder if it does it not do it for the channel owner? Dan says I didn't see any. Yeah, I didn't see any confetti. You use Chrome. No shock it doesn't work. Chrome is Google. Google owns YouTube. Why would it not work? I believe Nintendo will be the last console to develop to go to third party. Can you explain to me? I really want to know why you think that. Why do you think Nintendo is going to do that? Since the 80s. Since the 80s. PlayStation, Nintendo. Since the 80s and 90s. This is what they were going to do. This is what they've been doing. They've been very successful at doing it, but they're just going to suddenly switch. Why? Lono made that chart this morning while he was waiting for him to start morning coffee. That pie chart to me is from December. I'm assuming it's because did Microsoft do any active publishing on Switch in December? Do we know how much Microsoft makes publishing on Nintendo? Right, Zuby, I thought the chart represented this is what they published in December, and I don't think they published anything on the platform in December, right? Or like Minecraft. What else is over there on Switch? Minecraft and Grounded and Pentiment? Yo, what's good, Doc? Air feels different today. Doc, I said, look, man, the Xbox guys are down real bad when even Doc Dark gets ported to PS5. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. And with that shirt on, I mean, it looked like you had some PS5 Pro enhancements going on. I mean, that's hard. That's a hard deal to lose Doc. To lose Doc Dark to the PS5. Eugene says it's an estimate from Ampere. They had active titles on Nintendo during December. I was a timed exclusive. He was a timed exclusive, guys. Listen, I told y'all that Doc Dark, he was a character. I said, you got to keep an eye on him, you know? Everybody always said, oh, Doc over there talking crazy. I was like, it's a bit. It's a character. He's just having fun, you know? And now he's decided to chase the pennant with the front runner. There's levels to this. There's levels to Doc. We just got to the level called, I mean, if you can't beat him, join him, you know? That's what I mean, like, games sell passively. That's why it's odd to me. Like, you're telling me that nobody bought Minecraft or Sea of Thieves around Christmas? Maloon, I think Ampere just did. I think all they did was a prediction of those two breakdowns. I think they were specifically wanting to highlight just how much Microsoft was generating on PlayStation specifically. That's the big question. It wouldn't surprise me at all if, yes, you got to think about something. Microsoft now owns Call of Duty, so the amount of revenue generated in December in Call of Duty Warzone, in Black Ops 6, right? That of course the pie chart looks like that. So many people are playing COD on PlayStation. Like, so yeah, I don't know why Nintendo's not on the pie chart. I just know it was an analyst from Ampere. They were basically doing a prediction. Greatest turn ever. In reality, Xbox themselves okay to go to PlayStation. Why wouldn't we all? Now Xbox better hope they don't shoot themselves in the foot. How would they shoot themselves in the foot? Supremacy with a $5 super chat tip says, of the three, Nintendo's the only one to not have layoffs. You know why? Because they're profitable and they design their hardware and games with that in mind. So yeah. Okay, so you understand that layoffs don't mean companies aren't profitable. There were basically every portion of the tech sector did layoffs because they overhired during the surge of COVID in the year after. 2020 and 2021 was an over response. So that doesn't mean the companies that do layoffs aren't profitable. Like, Nintendo's operating costs are also quite low. They don't own a boatload of studios. Phil said in the summer of 2024 that they will bring games to other platforms on a game-to-game basis. So that's the new exclusive strategy. Right. And Cobra Kai, before that happened, when he sat down and did the podcast and said they weren't changing their exclusive strategy, that wasn't true. Happy Cloud Gamer says, investors want more money. Gaming is getting too expensive to make, I think. So third party will make more gamers play and buy their games and not lock games to a box. Everything you just said doesn't work when you're trying to solve games getting too expensive by making them more expensive. Your solution's not a solution. It's a compounding. I'm telling you, you guys have got to get this through your head. You are not solving the problem of games being too expensive by saying, hey, Insomniac, instead of making that game just for PS5 or PS6 or whatever, we need you to make it for all platforms now. That's not a solution. It isn't. Xbox's response is not them saying, well, yeah, this just doesn't work. You know, we don't make enough money. No, they didn't have big enough of a footprint, and they didn't have enough purchases from their consumer base to justify staying exclusive. Do you see the unique problem? Nintendo isn't struggling to sell copies of their games, and neither is PlayStation. Xbox responded to basically saying, listen, we're not selling enough copies of our games. They don't sell enough hardware. They instituted a strategy around Game Pass that eroded against their ability to sell enough copies of games. Everybody is so egregiously misreading the market. Microsoft and Xbox are responding to being on their back foot. They were on their back foot. It was like, what are we going to do? We're not selling enough copies of our games to justify all the publishing dollars and then the big money they have to spend to put games on Game Pass, like when they go to a third-party company. Don't you see? It's like somebody saying, we're not making enough money, we're in third or fourth place, we have to change strategy, and you're looking at the companies that are making enough money, and you're saying, yeah, they're going to have to do the same thing. It's like, no, they're not. If anything, do you know what Xbox just did for PlayStation? They just made it easier to keep doing what they're doing. Xbox literally just said, Microsoft literally just said, hey, PlayStation, do you want new revenue streams that you didn't previously have? And they're like, yeah, sure. That's great. That'd be awesome. Thank you. The argument was it doesn't hurt console sales. I don't. What's interesting to me is the green side of the audience kept saying over and over and over again, sales don't matter, sales are not a problem. And it's like, and now that sales are a problem, you try to project the struggles of Microsoft and Xbox onto the entire industry. Nintendo and PlayStation are laughing at the notion that, like, yeah, we don't sell enough copies of our games, we're going to have to start putting our games everywhere. They are laughing at the notion. It's like, that's not going to happen. If it ever does happen, do you want to know why you will know it's coming? The numbers, the sales, the shareholders' calls, the earnings calls, it'll signal it there. Just curious, did Kirk Mason ever man up and say what he was laughing about? No, he didn't. I don't know what he was doing. And a $5 super chat from PWH Town. Microsoft spent billions. They can't afford to keep games exclusive on the two smallest platforms. Then those two platforms have Game Pass, which isn't going to grow. Listen. Which isn't growing. Like, if Nintendo and PlayStation were spending, you know, he did. Yes, I did. All right, let me see what you said. It's so funny to see people bemoaning video games. Like Xbox or PlayStation really care about anything but money. It's just funny to me. Okay. So, let me get this straight. I just want to understand what you're doing, Kirk. You're in a podcast about video games where people have debated for years about different topics and subjects, and you're laughing about people getting passionate about an industry-wide shift from one of the biggest companies in the world. You think that that's funny? I mean, I think you're funny. I think you got a funny way of spending your time. Why are you here? Why? I have a gold badge on a channel that regularly debates video games. I can't believe people get passionate about this. Okay. Got a funny way of spending your time. In fact, I tell you what I'm going to do. There are people that are very generous here, and they spend their own money to make sure other people get memberships, and I would like to now guarantee that you don't get one. Yeah, that's the assessment and conclusion that I've come to. Is that funny? Is that a good punchline? The pie chart pretty much sums up most of third-party sales split between PlayStation and Xbox. Indeed, it does. I'm looking at some of the comments from today's video here. PWH Town says, at this point, your prediction of PlayStation becoming the Apple of gaming is factual. They position themselves as the premier premium home console, and every developer will want to put their game titles there. The amount of revenue they'll receive for doing nothing on their end is astronomical. More than enough to fund their own first-party offerings. Exactly. Lono, grab a Snickers. I'm fine. You know, I'm fine. Thank you, Joker Quinn. We'll just replace you. You're replaceable. And that takes us to 5:30. Exactly 20 members away from 550. Let's see it. Joker Quinn lays the bait. Jaster tried to do the same thing. You see, like that? Just like that. Just like that. The 30% Xbox scrape will pay for a crap load of remasters. That's right. That's right. You know? We're gonna get a lot of remasters and remakes. Let's love each other for the sake of the Switch 2. I mean, I'm excited for the Switch 2. I'm excited for the Switch 2 too. Dope Punisher shirt, thank you. Would be sweet if PlayStation ported the PS2 Punisher game to PS5. That game was crazy. I feel like they could do a more modern Punisher now, you know, kind of in the vibe of like a Days Gone, not with zombies obviously. Kind of in the vibe of like a Days Gone. He forgot to ask a funny person before attempting that humor. Eugene says, I wonder how many undecided upgraders just made up their mind. Check the question bot. All right. If you guys become a member to this channel, here's something that you can take advantage of. Perfect Image wants me to highlight their message. Listen, if you ever decide to support this channel directly, you can do that right now. You can click the join button. Just make sure you pick Member Plus or VIP. The $5 membership is basically the gifted. The gifteds don't get everything. They get a lot of my extra content, but I do extra content for paying members. So make sure you do that. You can help us hit a huge, huge milestone. We only need like 25 more people to upgrade, and we will hit 600 Member Plus and above. That'll be a huge, huge milestone for us that we're trying to work on, and we'll do a big celebration IRL stream. Perfect Image says, they submitted a question, and they said, if Sony stopped porting to PC, do PC players even care because the market shows what you think? I mean, there's a handful of problems with bringing games to PC. I mean, one of them is PlayStation doesn't want to do day and date because that grates against their hardware strategy, as Herman Holst indicated. So they can't do day and date, it grates against their hardware strategy, okay? And so when they bring a game to the market on PC, it is later, so it has diminished interest and diminished demand. That's natural. I think that's fair. That's just going to happen. The other problem is they instantly get hacked and pirated. It took 5 minutes, I think, for Spider-Man 2 to get basically hacked and becomes piratable. So they get diminished sales. They get people stealing the property. If the port's not ready, then you get something like the Spider-Man 2 situation, The Last of Us Part 1 situation. It's fraught, in my mind, it's fraught with a lot of problems and challenges. Now, the question would be is, do they view those challenges as endemic to the effort or as motivators to stop? Excuse me. Are they just going to say, no, this is just endemic to our efforts. This is just going to happen. People are going to pirate. It's going to sell less because we do it later, and there's going to be issues with performance sometimes. Do they just view that as like, well, that's just normal? That's just business as usual? Or are they going to say, yeah, this isn't worth our efforts? We could spend our money doing... I mean, we could get Nixus to port to Switch 2 instead. And then we don't got to deal with piracy. You know? Don't take my confetti, please. Lono, pay attention for confetti. Hang on, I'm going to do it on my phone. Hang on, just wait real quick. Oh, shoot. 5 seconds. Do. There, I'm in. Oh, no, wired rope. You son of a gun. I did it. I saw the confetti. It's pouring down. I can see it's pouring down. Look at that. Wired rope stole it. JW said confetti. And it wasn't. I'm so sorry. JW, your efforts your efforts for confetti are truly cursed, bro. They are truly cursed. Holy mackerel, bro. That's like the 7th time. Oh my word. Oh, it's unfortunate. You guys are getting too excited for confetti? Yo, that August Burns red hoodie and shirt. Ooh, that goes freaking hard. They just did a collaboration with Shibori Threads. Ooh. I'd like to report a robbery. Here, I owe you guys a member. And then Dynamite says, thanks for all the content. Thanks for the 7 months of memberships. And that bumps the line to 333 because I'm adding one to the total as well. Every time you guys hit the confetti on the super chats, I owe you guys a member. There you go. Let me check on the video here one more time. Make sure you guys are watching that upload and leaving a comment. You were right, dude. Thank you. Great content. Do you have an update on the $700? Do you have an update about the $700 PC will wipe the floor with the PS5 Pro? Nope. And nobody made the video except for, and he even said it wasn't really possible. Yeah, even Linus admitted that it wasn't really possible. He had to buy used and cut corners. Narwaffle with a $5 super chat tip. With a Halo live stream today, I wonder if any PlayStation games get announced. Thank you for the $5 super chat tip. And Jaster is going to gift a member and get us to 534. Thank you so much, Jaster. Hang on. I'm having a hard time unselecting sources here. I need to give myself a little bit more room. There we go. My OBS stuff is still not quite how I was used to it beforehand. Lono is setting it up so I don't get confetti. I didn't know Wired Rope was going to super chat. What did Wired Rope even say? Spider-Man 2 was hacked and pirated 7 months ago from the Insomniac leak. Yeah, but the version that they pushed out to Steam is a different version, homie. Fellow ABR fan, let's go. Yeah, I saw him cosplaying as Kratos during the one show. It was freaking amazing. It was amazing. Victor says, being in the Xbox ecosystem for a long time, not sure I'll buy them for my PS5 Pro unless I see some enhanced versions. I think they will all be enhanced. Yeah, I think they will all be enhanced. And a Member Plus renewal from Brian31 gets us to 535. That's one of the reasons you guys want to be at a Member Plus or a VIP. Your renewals count every single month. Let's see. It's coming. I knew it. Sorry, I'm like approving some of your guys' comments that got snagged by the review thing. That video already has, how many comments? Goodness gracious. It already has 120 comments. My gosh. Thank you guys so much. That video should do very well. When you engage like that, you guys like and comment and all that. Thank you very, very much. It already has 255 likes. Yeah, our upload from this morning, you guys are the best. Thank you. I'm primarily a live streamer, so my efforts into uploads being supported by you guys, it means a lot. Excuse me. This keeps going up. I mean, Spider-Man 2 can rebound because it doesn't have the PSN requirement, Eugene. I think it could do better than God of War Ragnarok because they removed the PSN requirement. Now, it's still region locked, but that's still, I mean, that's still a lot of people. But that doesn't square with the supposed issues. I mean, that's not logical. Plenty of games with performance issues have had Steam charts that were not bad in their opening days because people are going to go in and try it out themselves. They're going to be like, well, maybe I can tinker. Maybe I can figure it out. It's frickin' Spider-Man. Like, just because the Steam charts are going up, they quite literally could be going up because people are seeing the complaints and they're like, well, I'm going to try out my rig. Like, that's not uncommon for a Steam game to have a Steam chart rise even though the score is abysmal and people are complaining about problems. If they act quickly, they can minimize the damage, but the damage is done. The damage is done. I mean, when you have a game land like that in its opening days and that's the score, it's over. Like, the first impressions, man, Steam is relentless. If it had issues, I don't think people would keep playing. They would try it and then quit. You're imagining that everybody's having the exact same problem and issues. There are other people probably going in and are just happily turning down features and settings and not having as bad of an experience. What do you think's going on then? What do you propose? That all the negative reviews are what? Where are they coming from then? I believe it's far more logical to think that yes, there are problems and the Steam charts are going to go up because it's Spider-Man and people are going to go in and try to figure it out themselves, and that's why you're getting a decent amount of people playing. Sony's PC push is dead? What makes you say that? I don't think it's dead. You think they just pushed out an optional PSN login with incentives to link your PSN, and they said there would be further incentives as well. I don't think they would do that if they were no longer bringing games to PC. You know? As Jaster said, the same thing happened with Rebirth. Let me look at this picture that you're posting. Yeah. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I bet you had a surge. FF7 Rebirth Steam charts. If you go to the FF7 Rebirth Steam charts, yeah, same thing. The exact same thing happened. Look. In the first couple of days, it went up. It was like up to 37, and then up to 40, and then look, like, and that thing's got some serious performance issues and some serious optimization issues. In those early days, yes, the interest will go and then it'll just fall off a cliff because people will give up. They'll be like, "What the frick, man?" Yeah, TLU 1 had a surge of interest in the opening days. Jedi Survivor had a surge of interest in the opening days. That's typical for the Steam user base. They're all waiting for it. So they're all going to take a crack. They're going to be like, let me see if I can get this thing to run well. And then, they hit a couple hours and then they bail. Phil is delaying the inevitable and doing so by making it harder for Xbox Microsoft's games to go through the rebrand into a third-party publisher. And the frustrating part about it is that he's giving the most loyal fan base false hope. No, I don't know false hope anymore. Anymore, in my opinion. 2024, he did that. Not this year. I don't agree with you, Nightfire. Right? I don't agree with you. I don't think he's giving false hope anymore. He was definitely doing that last year. Tunchi says, do you think it's true that Avowed will run at 60 FPS on the Series X? Here's the thing about that. Why don't we have screenshots yet confirming it? If it's genuine, why didn't the leaker just take a quick screenshot to show in the settings that there's performance mode? Now, let's assume it's true, Tunchi. If it is true, I think it backs one of my theories. I think Xbox has a policy about that. And they might be like, you can't say that Avowed's going to have a performance mode on the Series X, but it's not going to have a performance mode on the Series S. That's a lack of feature parity. I don't know. If it's true, then that's the only reason I could see them justifying not saying anything prior to the launch. Like, her answer to Paris Lily about it on that one clip that was floating around, it's like she's talking all around it. Now, she's either talking all around it because they couldn't figure it out, and they know that 30 FPS is a blemish on your game, or they did figure it out, and she's trying to be like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, we're going to push the frame rate as high as we can. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, she can't say, oh, no, yeah, we've got a performance mode on the Series X, but not on the Series S. They could be more transparent. That's what I'm saying to you, brother. She might literally not be allowed to say it. She might not be allowed to. It might be an actual company policy that, listen, we're going to make exceptions here, but you can't say anything in the runway to the game coming out because they don't want the Series S people to either not download, buy, or engage with the content. They need to brag about the MAUs. They need those people booting up their Series S's, downloading Avowed and playing. And there might be a diminished response to the game if they come out in the runway in the lead up to the game and they say, oh no, yeah, there's no performance mode on Series S. In quarter 4 2024, gaming revenue increased $6 billion or 39%, driven by growth in Xbox content and services. Xbox content and services revenue increased 50%. Is Microsoft Gaming dead? No. I don't think I've ever given even the hint or a whiff that their publishing efforts are dead. I've never once said that Xbox is dead. I've never once said that that I want them out of the industry. Of course they had a surge in revenue. They dropped Black Ops 6 for crying out loud. They set a quarterly record for Game Pass revenue. It just so happens to be in the quarter that they raised the prices. I wonder why the revenue went up. It also happens to land in the same quarter that they had a record amount of people sign up for Game Pass for Black Ops 6. Like, I wonder why the revenue went up. Yeah, dude, they're fine. I don't think they're in trouble. I've never said that Xbox or Microsoft gaming efforts are dead. They have killed their console. My Series X is almost, it's hanging on by a thread. It's almost pointless. I've never said anything. I've never tried to indicate anything here that Xbox is going away, that I hope Xbox goes away. The people that write fan fiction about me and seethe and maul and obsess over me and my takes, they'll tell you that Reforge Gaming hates Xbox. He wishes they go away. He says Xbox is dead. No. Microsoft killed Xbox so that they could take over. I have video on the channel right now where I said Microsoft killed Xbox. If you actually watch the video instead of react to thumbnails or grift on my content, you'll know that in the video, I don't say that Xbox is going away. I'm saying the idea of Xbox has been murdered by Microsoft. Satya took the Xbox console and the Xbox brand behind the woodshed and said, look at the pretty flowers. I'm in charge now. And here we sit. Here we sit. Like, that's what they did. They were like, this is what we're going to do. Everything you prioritized, no. Phil Spencer sat in a chair and talked about how ZeniMax was going to lead to more exclusives. Nope. No. Phil Spencer told ZeniMax all future games are going to be exclusives, to the point that the CFO was shocked. Tim Stewart was like, all future ZeniMax stuff, not just new IP, that came out in the FTC. That strategy has been shoved into the bin. It's been shoved into the bin. Walking Dead reference. Look at the pretty flowers would be a oh, dadgummit. George, oh my golly. What's the book? Oh, somebody's gonna Mice and Men, thank you. That's from Mice and Men. If I had a dime every time someone said that Xbox was dead over the last 20 years, I would have enough to buy Greenland. Yeah, I've never once... I remember there was a clip of me that floated around. I believe that I'm the one that made it, where I said, imagine what Xbox could have done if they took the $70 billion that they spent on Activision Blizzard, and if they would have invested in their studios... If they would have invested in exclusives, because they all of a sudden weren't interested in paying for exclusives anymore, they were interested in like writing big checks for Game Pass. If they would have invested in exclusives, and if they would have only done the Series X, right? Yeah, they did that in The Walking Dead. They did the just look at the flowers thing, which is, obviously meant to be, a mirror of what happened in the Mice and Men. And I said I would have much rather them done that. Like, if you look at my commentary from the outside in, you would see an angry Xbox fan who was pleading for them to take the car in a different direction, and I was powerless. They had already made the choice. I wasn't going to change anything. But when you're in the console war fight and you see, oh, here's a guy saying that Xbox shouldn't buy Activision Blizzard. They should have invested their money in their studios, and into their hardware and all that. Instead, he's just a pony. He wants Xbox to die. And it's like, the critical thinking there, I mean, these people would have a hard time playing Candyland. It's like, there's no critical thinking there at all. It should have been painfully obvious that I was like, as an Xbox fan, this is not what I thought you guys were going to do this gen. It just isn't. I wish I still had all my content from when I was on Twitch and when I covered Destiny. I wish I still had all that content, because I constantly talked about how they were a sleeping giant and they could become the Netflix of gaming. I believe that they could become bigger than they were. I believe that they could win. I remember that interview where Phil Spencer said we're not competing with PlayStation, we're competing with Amazon and Google. And I was like, Microsoft and Xbox have much, much bigger aspirations. And I thought, here we go. And when they said all that, and then I saw Project Scarlet marketing, I thought, this is it. This is Xbox's time. I think a lot of my anger and frustration came from the height of my expectations being literally dashed. It was like, what the heck happened here? And the reason that it's easy to run that narrative on me is it looks like I kind of came out of nowhere. We started streaming on this channel in late 2021. You don't see the 5 years of content and the 5 years of streaming when I cover Destiny, and would also talk about the gaming industry periodically, and I would cover the showcases. For Pete's sakes, I was one of the main stage hosts at E3 in 2019. The last E3 that they did, I was a main stage host for Twitch and interviewed people like the head of ID at Xbox. And these people have the nerve to talk about me like I'm some Johnny-come-lately grifter. It's like, look in the mirror, bud. Like, they don't know that. They don't know who they're talking about. A lot of them genuinely have no idea who I am. They just see a channel out of nowhere explode in 2021 and 2022 because I basically brought a bunch of people over from another channel that was much larger, and they're like, who's this grifting pony? And it's like, what the frick? It's like, I've been covering E3 and these showcases since 2015. I've been doing this for 10 years. Like, I didn't just suddenly show up today. It's like, have any of these people sat down main stage E3 and interviewed head folks from Xbox or Call of Duty? Have any of them done that? Because I have. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. They can say all they want. The only reason they can get away with it is because I got canceled and all my content's gone. I had to start over. That's the only reason they can run that narrative. So, your frustration as an Xbox fan, I felt it. I felt it late 2022. I felt it all 2023. I get it. I think people have every right to be frustrated. I just got there first. I just showed up first and was like, this sucks. I don't think this is the right choice. I remember watching you and Ezekiel at E3. Yeah, I loved sharing the stage with Ezekiel the Third. I had some content ideas that he and I were going to do. We were going to do a show called Zeke and Meek, where we were going to be like these hillbillies that would review like fishing and hunting equipment. But the stick of it was, right, the gag would be that every video we would get so drunk that we would just break all the stuff and it would be a disaster. Like they would be fake sponsors. We would just make up sponsors. And the whole gimmick would be that like every episode we just get drunk, and the more drunk we get as we make the video, by the end of it, we're just like, we're breaking fishing poles and falling down. Oh man, Zeke and Meek. Unfortunately, I lost basically every friend I had in the industry in 2020, so that never came to be. Because he was so much bigger than me, we thought it would have been hilarious. The juxtaposition between the two of us. Happy Cloud Gamer says, I think the best for Xbox is that Satya Nadella did take over, but bad for Google Stadia when Google Corp did take over. But for Microsoft, it was the right move. Oh, I don't agree at all. I think Xbox should have heavily invested in Series X and exclusives this gen, and I think Microsoft is the reason that they had so many duds. I think Microsoft's the problem. I think 343 was set up to fail by Microsoft. If you go read the post-mortem on 343 and Halo Infinite, it's Microsoft's fault. Half that studio was on a contract, so every 18 months you're pressing the reset button on half your staff. Like you can't make a video game in that environment. You can't. Like, Microsoft's been the devil in the room the whole time, and I kept trying to tell people this during the acquisition debates. I was like, the problem's not Phil. You guys are all looking at the green, the bright green lights and Phil's nice jackets, and you're not seeing that the devil in the room is Microsoft. They've been the devil in the room the whole time. They are acidic to creative process. They're a utilitarian corporate machine that drives tool-based software. That doesn't work for creative work. It doesn't work for games. How has Playground managed to escape this? You're always going to have exceptions to the rule. My hope would be that they don't continue having such large percentages of their employees being on contracts. Like, if Phil can win a fight, I want him to win that fight. He's always stressing the teams, and the one interview, he said the word creative like 85 times. It's like, He gets it. He's like, this is creative work. We need to focus on the teams. He always says we need to equip the teams to do their best work. The teams. These teams can't do their best work if every contract worker is there for a year and a half and then disappears into the ether, and then they can't come back and work again for 6 months because Microsoft doesn't want to pay benefits. It's a Microsoft problem. It always has been. If Phil was able to make money during the Xbox One gen, Microsoft wouldn't have stepped in. It's Phil's failures to grow Xbox. I don't agree with that at all. Phil Spencer pulled the burning carcass of Xbox out of the fire, put the fire out, and got the thing back up and standing. He inherited an absolute nightmare. You can't ignore. You're talking about the Xbox One gen? What are you talking about? He inherited all that crap. That wasn't under his leadership. He didn't push for that. Do you want to know who pushed for that? You want to know who pushed for the TV thing? You want to know who thought, oh yeah, this is what we could do. We could do an all-entertainment business. We can go after non-gaming consumers. That was a Microsoft initiative. That wasn't Phil Spencer. Microsoft's been the devil in the room the whole time. At every turn, they're the ones that sabotage the gaming efforts of the platform. Xbox was at its best when they did innovative things like the trophies and Xbox Live and Xbox Arcade. The 360 era is where they were gamer-focused. Phil was not in the position at that time. He took over and was in leadership after the failings of the Xbox One era. He inherited a nightmare that was not created by gaming developers or gaming-focused people. Xbox went from being gamer-focused and gamer-centric in the 360 era to being focused on non-gamers in the Xbox One era. And it absolutely disposed and sabotaged all their efforts. They said, well, let's go after non-gamers. Do you want to know why? It's the same thing they're doing now. Well, it's not growing. There's only so many console consumers, so let's go get consumers elsewhere. It's the same thing that they're doing now with their ecosystem strategy. They're like, well, we can go get non-gamers with Fire Sticks and smart TVs and tablets and iPhones. No, you're not going to get those people. There aren't people right now sitting in their living room thinking, I'd really get into gaming if I could just do it through my television. All I'd have to do is go buy, a $50 to $60 controller from Target. And sign up for a subscription service of $20 a month. I mean, that's all I have to do. And then all of a sudden I can start playing games through my television, Fire Stick, tablet, or iPhone. Nobody's going to do that in big numbers. They're doing the same thing. They're going after the non-gamers. Now, they're going to subsidize it by selling games on PlayStation. They're going to make a ton of money selling games on PlayStation. They're going to make a ton of money selling games on the Nintendo Switch too. Their ecosystem strategy, it won't work. Calling them the devil's a bit hyperbolic. You think calling Microsoft the devil's hyperbolic? They're still making great games with lots of creative vision. I don't get where you come up with that idea. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Microsoft doesn't make games. Xbox Studios make games. I'm talking about the corporation of Microsoft. Even in this conversation, you're not looking at Microsoft. You're looking at Xbox. You're looking at the Xbox Studios. Even you're excited for Microsoft published games? Unplug your ears for 5 seconds and listen to what I'm saying. It's not the studio's fault. It's not even Phil Spencer's fault. Microsoft, the corporation, bro. It's them. It's been them. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They did this during the Xbox One era, and they're doing it again. They're in the room saying, we think this is what you should do, and this is how it's going to be. They're in more control now than they've ever been. Why? They wrote a really big check. They wrote a really bid check. I like their studios, brother. I'm not talking about their studios. I've not said a single word about their studios. I like id Software. I like Ninja Theory. I don't have any problem with them. I like the guys that make Fable and Forza. They do good work. I like Rare. I don't have any issue with their studios. I've always said, look at Microsoft. They're the issue. Go, like I said when I started this entire rant today, go read the post-mortem on Halo Infinite and 343 and try not to see that the problem is Microsoft. Half of that studio was on a contract. And the Microsoft policy is, if you're on a contract, 18 months and you're out. You got to leave. They don't want you to work beyond 18 months because then they have to pay benefits. In order for them to avoid paying for benefits, because they're this giant corporation machine, it's a corporate machine, they don't want to pay benefits. So you basically are disrupting the creative process of every project that has contract workers. I like Phil Spencer, and I love the ecosystem Phil Spencer has done with PC gaming. Cloud gaming is what I truly love, and yes, I'm looking at Xbox with a corporate eye. I don't think cloud gaming has any footing or traction for a long time. Donut says, I'm starting to wonder if people only know about Microsoft through Xbox and nowhere else. It's crazy line of thinking saying Microsoft has heart. Guys, take a quick second. We're having a huge day. Let's try to get to 400 likes. I'm going to read some more comments on this video that I uploaded this morning about who's next. We've got one here from D the Great. As someone who's been around the corporate industry for a long time, Phil Sweet talked the Xbox fan base in the early 2010s, and they've been hung on every word since because Phil's engaging. He sends product to podcasters, streamers, and influencers on the regular. Great vid. Thank you. You wrote a bit of a book, D the Great, but I like the opener. How else will they recoup the $80 million? Exactly. Strange times, stables of the Xbox franchise coming to PlayStation. Never would have thought it. There's only so many ways you can split the same dollar. Money talks. Money talks. Here's somebody saying, honestly, PlayStation needs this. It's a great simcade racer, good mix between arcade and simulation. Only good racing games PlayStation has is Gran Turismo. Motorfest is an arcade racer that doesn't nearly go into depth like with tuning like Forza does. Having Halo Master Chief on PlayStation is a win for everyone. Don't saying they only have one good racer. Wouldn't you say the same as for Xbox, right? I'm just going to say Forza's a good-looking game, but I don't get what you're saying. You're acting like PlayStation needs this? Forza has... Xbox has one good racing game. Well, brand. They've got Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport. Microsoft would give you a charge monthly for the air you breathe every day. Xbox, on the other hand, just makes games. I heard this year xCloud will boost the bitrate first, then 4K 60. I'm truly happy for bitrate. Cloud gaming is going to have some pretty significant breakthroughs to mitigate people that don't have great internet or people that don't have, great routing. You can have really fast internet and not get great routing to the server blade, and then you're not going to have a consistent experience. You know what I mean? If next gen and console owner just have to buy a PS5, if you have a PC, you just have to buy a PC and you can play Sony and Xbox games in their console with Steam Deck. Just wish Nintendo would bring games on Steam. Even PlayStation doesn't bring all their games. Just select ones. You're not getting every single one. I've never understood that idea that you have a smattering of PlayStation games on Steam, and everybody postures yeah, just buy a PC. We get all the PlayStation games. I know you don't. You have a select few. You don't get them all, and a lot of the times you don't even get them timely. And it's Spider-Man 2. That's the fastest one they've ever done, and it's not in great shape. I wonder how much the Nintendo Switch 2 will affect the next pie chart like that. For sure. It depends on the game. I think there'll be certain games that'll obviously sell. It'll obviously sell certain games really, really well on PlayStation, like Call of Duty. But then there's other games like a Hi-Fi Rush style game would probably sell way more copies on Nintendo than PlayStation. Could we get 30 more likes on the video, guys? Thanks for all of the likes today. I greatly appreciate it. Let's see. Steward17 says, Phil basically said what their plan is. They want live service to pay for everything else. It would make Game Pass pure profit for Microsoft. Xbox is not a platform first anymore. Their service that also has a platform. No, he said games are first. He said games are first, not service, according to Phil. Everybody that thinks they're centered around Game Pass, I don't think so. You honestly think they're going to look at a pie chart where most of their publishing dollar money comes from PlayStation, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, dude, we got to center ourselves around Game Pass? Super Detective says, I have a parasocial relationship with Microsoft because I said calling them the devil's hyperbolic. Well, here's the thing, Super Detective. You didn't engage with what I was saying. I wouldn't say that you have a parasocial relationship with Microsoft. I would say that you just weren't listening. It's much simpler than that, right? I'm not gonna get weird and be like, well, you have a parasocial relationship. If somebody said that to you, I think that's weird. You weren't listening to what I was saying. I wasn't saying that the studios were the devil or that Xbox was the devil. I was trying to paint the picture that like Xbox and Xbox Studios were trying to do their best, and the devil in the room the whole time was Microsoft in the corner, making things hard on them. That's what I mean. Everybody's looking at the wrong thing. I've been saying this for years. I'm like, guys, it's Microsoft. It's always been Microsoft. Go back and look at the initiative for the Xbox One and why it did so poorly. That originated with Microsoft. That wasn't some gamer-centric focus. Cobra Kai with a $20 super chat. I think criticizing Xbox for buying studios for exclusives is fair. They haven't managed their studios very well. That's why I think part of them buying Activision was also to help them with that and more timely output. Yeah, I remember at the time we were, discussing the Xbox Activision deal, and one of my main frustrations was all of a sudden everybody wants to give credit to Xbox for all these games that were already being made, right? Like, I did this on stream the one day. Like, Colt Eastwood has his little thing where he tracks all the games and he's got the Open Critic score, and it's a really misleading image because you have games on there that are PC only, and his chart makes it seems like they're all available on the Xbox Series X and S. So he's got PC only games on there. That's misleading. He's got games like Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo that were PlayStation exclusives when they came out. It's like, you want to do this retroactive, oh, we bought it, we get credit for it now. And it's like, oh, okay, but that doesn't actually represent what actually happened. The reality of what happened, that's a misrepresentation of reality. You're trying to paint this retroactive picture like, oh yeah, look at how great Xbox is doing. What? Oh yeah, buying existing property and then taking credit for it? What? It's like these games are either already coming to the market, already in the pipeline, or literally launched as timed exclusives on PlayStation, and now you're going to take credit for them. Like, that's the problem, is that's part of the issue. The public dialogue on this has always been so sabotaged by mirages and fake delusional fan fiction that makes people think like, oh yeah, Xbox has been killing it. Because to the non-scrutinous eye, you look at that image and you think, yeah man, Xbox has been killing it. And it's like, well no, they've been buying it. Like, you bought a bunch of property and now you're going to claim it's yours. Like, oh okay. What have the studios under your ownership done in the time they're under that ownership? Well, you got Halo Infinite, and then you got Forza Motorsport. 2 games that launched in a state that was easily labeled as not ready. I don't lay Redfall at Xbox's feet for the state that it was in. I think they should have just canceled it. I think they should have internally assessed it and been like, this is garbage, we shouldn't ship this. But I don't, that was on ZeniMax. Redfall should have never been greenlit as a game. I blame ZeniMax for that. But the games that come out from underneath their ownership, now things seem to be turning a good corner. Machine Games just shipped Indiana Jones. Well reviewed, well scored, well received. Quality game, good job Machine Games. Avowed's around the corner. If it is true that they got 60 FPS on the Series X and they just have to be hush-hush about it, great, good for them. Then there's South of Midnight. Then there's Doom the Dark Ages. Then there's Outer Worlds. Okay, that to me is a sign of things improving. And maybe internally they've made some good assessments and some good judgments and said, we need to change how we build games because this isn't going to work. You can't keep shipping things in the state of Forza Motorsport and Halo Infinite when it's like they're not ready. Like the Halo Infinite campaign got a good Metacritic score, but they shipped their multiplayer in a beta. It was buggy. It was glitchy. I mean, that game never really got full support. They eventually were just like, yeah, we're not able to do all the things we said we were going to do, and they EOL it, or they EOL like all the future content plans. So if the tide turns, great. I hope internally they've made good assessments and good judgment calls and good pivots so they can start bringing better quality games to the market because they own a junk ton of property. And that's related to my video this morning. I think PlayStation's their priority now. I do. I think PlayStation's going to get better versions of Xbox published games. They are. Super Detective says, oh, you're right, I was behind. Thanks, Brad. Oh, was Super Detective responding to me? I'll read what you said. I hear you, Lona. I was talking about the chatter. Yeah, Super Detective, I just want you to know I am hyperbolic when it comes to Microsoft because I don't like them as a company. I don't. I've liked Xbox for a long time, and my general assessment has been that Microsoft has gotten in their way time and time again. So I don't like Microsoft as a company. I don't. They're bullish. They're gangsters, man. That's what Creature always calls them. They're gangsters. They're corporate raiders, bro. They will literally buy your company and strip it of all its worth. And then, look what they've done to ABK. They're just going to keep laying people off and shutting down studios. I do not like Microsoft. And we have good reason to not like them. They were miscategorizing employees. They got sued, and then they made it a corporate policy. Okay, well, fine. You can't have a contract longer than 18 months because we don't want to pay people benefits. That's who Microsoft is. That's their corporate vision. One of the biggest companies in the world doesn't want to pay people health benefits. So they're like, yeah, when you hit 18 months on a contract, you're gone. Garbage company. And their garbage attitude about health benefits and how to treat employees affects the video games that I like and the studios and the IP that I like. So yeah, I don't like Microsoft. The relationship is healthier Sony to PlayStation because PlayStation, as a console, being central to the strategy, makes a ton of money for Sony. Nintendo, same deal. It's a healthy relationship. Nintendo has a vested interest in delivering a great cadence of hardware, or not hardware, but games. The relationship between Microsoft and Xbox has never been healthy. It hasn't. Because Microsoft views Xbox as an extension of what they do as this corporate machine of, well, we build utilitarian tool-based software. And they treat games the same way. It is not a healthy relationship. That's why we're here. That's why we're all here right now. That's why we're having this discussion. Literally, Microsoft doesn't create. Everything they've ever had that's successful has been bought. Do you think with the president in power will force the FTC to back off Microsoft? I don't have an opinion on that. I don't want to talk about that. Do you think Sony would benefit from having studios make smaller games that could go to PlayStation Plus day and date? No. Similar games? No. You have half of a good idea, Super Detective. You have half of a good idea. Putting games day and date on a subscription service is value destructive, and I'm glad PlayStation doesn't do it. I'm glad. You can put me in your videos all you want and use really disgusting and grotesque sexual language to talk about me being willing to pay for games. That's fine. Some people didn't, mature after 14 years old. So, they don't understand what it's like to be an adult and like being willing to paying for things that I value. The horror. You're halfway to a good idea. putting games on a subservice day and date is value destructive. And it hurts revenue. It does. It's why Xbox is in the situation that they're in right now. But it would help them break into the subscription market. The subscription market has plateaued. The subscription market's not worth breaking into. There's no reason to break into the subscription market. That's a dead-end street. Who do they need to compete with? Who would they need to compete with? There's no sub-market to break into. They're in the business of selling games and hardware. Okay? So, you have half of a good idea, though. And this is one of the predictions that I've made. I think a lot of the big AAA studios are going to start putting out more AA-sized games. Like the scope and the size of the game will be more like a AA game at AAA quality. I think it's safer. It's like instead of saying the entire studio, we're putting all our eggs in this basket for the next 5 or 6 years, hopefully the game sells like gangbusters. No, you basically do 2 projects and you have these guys working on this and these guys working on that, smaller in scope, and that's less risk because now you have 2 projects that are being backed by smaller amounts of money and they don't need to sell as well, and they also could probably come to market even faster. I think you're going to see smaller games in scope from the AAA game studios because they can ship a game at AAA quality, and the scope doesn't necessarily determine that, like, oh, well, no one's going to buy it if it's not an enormous super open world game that lasts for 30 to 50 hours. No. You give me a game that lasts maybe 15 to 25 hours. And this could lead to an era of $50 game, $60 game. Then they do the annual big blockbuster for $70. You could start seeing more of a range of price of games if the studios embrace this idea. I think you're going to see more AA sized games take off. Because I think the era of the big budget insane game that's like been in the pipeline for 5 or 6 years and they market the frick out of it and it's always got this collectathon and that collectathon and yeah, you can spend 50 hours in this game. I think that era is coming to an end. It's coming to an end. It's too expensive. It's too risky. And then if you look at the completion percentages and how people are engaging with games, the average age of gamers is 28 and up. Well, the average 28-year-old and up is a little too busy to, like, live in a game. I think this is one of the dilemmas with live service games. In order for them to get your engagement and your time and your money, you have to have it. And it's like a lot of people are too busy. You can't live in a game like you could in the past, where like you just lived in World of Warcraft or EverQuest or games like Destiny. I think player engagement trends, preferences, and completion percentages are going to drive these studios to conclude we can make smaller scope and scale games, and that's a lot less risky. You're not like, oh my gosh, the budget was so mushroomed, hopefully this thing sells like crazy or we're in trouble. That's when people keep saying that the way that the industry is going is not sustainable. I think that's the adaptation we're going to see going forward from the studios. They're going to adapt to the rising costs by shrinking scope and not doing one big project, but probably 2. I was angry and frustrated when my local video store shut down, but now I only use streaming services. I believe that streaming was the future. Now I feel it's struggling to do. I just think there's an endemic problem and dilemma when you make something convenient. I think the more convenient you make something, the more passive you allow somebody to devalue it. Gears of War Trilogy Collection to be announced day 1 for PS5 and remastering of all 3 games with crossplay at 341. What is going on? Is this another leak? Oh, there's a YouTube video that's claiming a Gears of War Trilogy Collection will be announced day 1 for PS5. It's a remaster of all 3 games. Can't confirm a Switch version. Now people are going after Sarah Bond. They're saying, do us all a favor And ask for a job at Sony if you like PlayStation so much. When you see all these indie games sell insane numbers with good design and addictive game loops like Balatro, I wonder if that affects the way studios think about budgets. You know, Super, you might even see some of these studios have little incubation projects that are more like an indie just to see if they can do it. Because sometimes these guys have great ideas. These guys and gals have great ideas, but it's like, well, they've got to work on Spider-Man. They've got to work on, you know, The Last of Us 3. Music is a prime example of that. Yeah. Yeah, I think the more convenient you make something, the less valuable it becomes, and that's always a danger. That's an inherent danger of promoting convenience. Ecstasis is now an employee of Insider Gaming. Nice snag, Tommy Hendy. I like Tom Henderson. I like the outfit over there at Insider Gaming. I do. If they release a collection with every game for $100, I'll gladly buy and review every single one. Same. PC players are rejecting Spider-Man 2 as the woke Disney slop that it is. LOL, false. It has performance issues. Idiot. They are, which is good if you like Game Pass. Microsoft doesn't seem to care if their console player base leaves. They're actively encouraging it. Yep, they still get money from you on Steam or PlayStation or Nintendo. They're going to get your money either way. They're going to get your money either way. You know what I mean? Microsoft's like, listen, we bought... Services are the games? No, they're not. You can't just claim a category shift. Services are the games? No, services are the services, like cloud-based services. Game Pass is a service. Games and services are not in the same category. You can't just recategorize games into service because you say so. That's nonsensical. Does everyone at Insider Gaming have matching outfits? They should really get black and purple jumpsuits. I think that would be awesome. Like tracksuits. That'd be great. Can we get 10 more likes on the video? We have a stretch goal. You guys are going to get a community game day. This afternoon, we're going to play Orcs Must Die Death Trap. So make sure, get that installed. It's on Game Pass. It's also on Steam. We're also going to play it tonight. Drinks and laughs. My man Hilly will be there. And the stretch goal is... I have to wear a hat. I don't know why we came up with that, but we did. That's it. That's where we're... We're so desperate for stretch goals. That's where we've landed. Speaking of which, where are our Colt tracksuits? They're in the mail. Yeah. I've been saying that too. Lono disagrees, though. Microsoft isn't going to raise Game Pass to try to phase it out. Just you watch. I think they like the idea of selling software now. Wait, Microsoft is going to raise Game Pass to try to... Wait, Brett, you don't think I agree with that? I do agree with that. I think they are going to raise the price to get people to... I think they're either going to want you to be paying a high premium or you churn out and you just start buying games. You know what I'm saying? The mail near you is awful. My answer will always be they're coming tomorrow. When are they coming? Tomorrow. And then the next day you'll be like, when are they coming? Like, oh, tomorrow. They either make money off the subservice or they get you off the subservice. Yeah, I don't disagree with what bruh man is saying. I don't think they're going to phase it out. I think they're going to try and get people to phase out of it. I think they want people to phase out of Game Pass. That they moved day and date to Ultimate and they raised the price of Ultimate. Oh, I do disagree on that point, Brett. I don't think they're going to phase out Game Pass. I'm in agreement with what he said to a point. I agree to a point of like, they'll keep raising the price, not to phase it out, but to get people to phase out of it. You're either going to be giving them $30 a month or you're just going to cancel. Like, they're fine with either result. they're happy with either result, because if you phase out of it, guess what you're going to have to do? Well, now when a brand new Call of Duty comes out or one of their bigger titles comes out, well, you got to buy it if you want to play it. They're going to get you money either way, dude. Yeah, we disagree that I don't think they're going to phase it out, Brett. I think they have too many people on the subservice. I don't think you phase out something that has roughly 30 million people paying into it. I got my tracksuit by not questioning Lono too much, says John Always. That's Cult 101, you nerds. Do you remember Gamefly? They're still around? They are. What are we getting search results off of today? Forza Horizon 5, okay. No, I did not play Sniper Elite. Didn't they say they need like 100 million subs by 2027? I don't know. I don't know about those projections sometimes. Super Detective says, I think the best way to do a subservice is to put small games on the subservice that people might not have bought for full price, then keep big games off the subservice so people still buy those. Yeah, I mean, the little games benefit because they get that check from Xbox or PlayStation, and that, is usually, a pretty good chunk of change for them. But Devolver Digital said that the offers are getting lower. And that's probably part of the evolution of it, is that the companies are like, well, we're starting to plateau with our sub-base numbers, so we're not willing to spend as much money to put your game on it. So, like, Devolver Digital is saying, listen, the offers to be on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, those offers are coming in lower than they used to. That's the natural evolution of those sub-services. It's like once they start to kind of plateau and growth slows down, well, then they're not going to be dumping money on it, and it's no longer in a growth engine phase. So they're not like, oh, yeah, we need to pay big money to get these games, onto our subservice so that people play them, so that people sign up. Once your adoption rate slows down, on your subservices, you're not going to be spending as much money to get games onto it. So it becomes then that when you get into that situation, now you've got people that are going to say, well, I'm not going to accept the offer to go on their subservice. They're not offering enough money. Does that make sense? Like, that will have, the whole situation is going to have depreciating returns. The offers will be lower to AA games and indies. So the AA's and the indies are going to say, it's not worth it. We'd rather take a risk and try to get the sales because that could end up being more money. You automatically are going to get less sales the minute you go on a subservice. So that when that happens, you'll start to see less new games hitting. I think Microsoft is gonna start targeting smaller targets. Like Expedition 33 is not a big studio, so they're going to be on Game Pass, right? And then Xbox has all their own big stuff coming to Game Pass, like Doom: The Dark Ages. So I think even Xbox is going to start picking smaller targets for Game Pass because the big targets aren't necessary. They have big targets in their own library. Game Pass is never coming to PlayStation? No, they would never do that. Putting who said Game Pass would come to Game Pass coming to PlayStation? No. PlayStation would never allow it because it's antithetical to their entire business structure. They want to sell Call of Duty and Doom, not put it on a subservice. Xbox would never want to put Game Pass on PlayStation. They love publishing games on PlayStation. They make tons of money off of PlayStation. You would never do that. It would be counterproductive for both. To say, oh yeah, we're going to put this Game Pass subscription on PlayStation. It would be counterproductive for Xbox and for PlayStation. They would both have zero interest in that. Not if it was a curated version where games were day and date. I could see a curated Game Pass coming to PlayStation. No. There will never be a time I fully believe this. I could be wrong. Like, look at everything that's happening with Xbox. Like, obviously things can change. Listen, I'm here to tell you, I don't think you're ever going to see a Game Pass subscription service on the competitors. Well, Nintendo and PlayStation aren't really competitors with Xbox anymore, but you get the point. Like, why? PlayStation has their own sub-service that they would like you to be on. You want a 30% kickback on a Game Pass sub when you have your own PlayStation Plus sub that you get 100% of the profits from? Why would you let another, you know what I'm saying? Why would you let Xbox's sub-service come over? Why would Nintendo let it? Like, neither Nintendo or PlayStation have any interest in doing that. They have their own sub-services that they're trying to sell. And I don't think Microsoft would care. Microsoft's primary interest in PlayStation and Nintendo is publishing games to their storefronts because they're making buckets of cash by doing that. Bro got gaming in his name. Where the gameplay at? This is a gaming talk show. I don't do gameplay all that often. We're going to do gameplay later today with members, both gifted members and paying members. We're going to play Orcs Must Die Death Trap, both this afternoon and tonight. And when new games hit, I do show them off. Why isn't your name Reforge Talking? Checkmate. Is it extra stupid here and today or just cranky? I think when the Xbox news cycle takes over, Zuby, yeah, by the time I get to Friday, I'm a little worn out. I feel like I've been kind of wrung out like a rag this week. It can be a little tiring. I think that the battling against false narratives is it can be a little exhausting. It can be. Why buy an Xbox is suddenly getting a bunch of comments. Let's take a look at them. People are already migrating over to PlayStation. PlayStation should just hold out and wait. Microsoft games are coming. Yep. And a lot are switching to PC as well. Yeah, there's a lot of people, I think, switching from Xbox to PC. PlayStation needs a strong, focused competitor that brings its own brand philosophy to gaming. An example would be Apple with dedicated gaming hardware and a controller with jaw-dropping exclusive titles built by home studios. That would shake things up. I'm of a gaming generation who buys a game and then plays it through. All-you-can-eat gaming is yawn. I don't know. I think PlayStation brings a steady cadence of great first-party and exclusive second- and third-party games. I've never understood the notion that... Yeah, I'm always cranky. That's my secret cap. Thank you, Zubair. I know I can always count on you for aid. Lona's vacation can't come soon enough. Actually, I'm with Wheezy. This should be called Reforge Talking. Yeah, I don't know where this notion comes from that, like, well, with Xbox doing this, you know, PlayStation's just gonna we're gonna get bad results from this. Like, PlayStation's just gonna get really lax and everything's gonna be bad from them. It's like, what do you mean? Like, they Xbox has barely competed with them for this entire gen, and I feel like we've gotten really, really great games consistently from. I feel like we've gotten consistently good games from them. I like either consistently good first-party games or consistently good second and third-party exclusives. Like, I don't get this notion that things have been bad or that things haven't been good or that, you know, PlayStation's just kind of resting on their laurels. Like, I will readily admit that PlayStation is now into such a dominant position of power that their cadence of first-party games will likely not be at the level that some of us would like it to be. But I didn't like roll credits last year. I didn't like roll credits on the year and say to myself, like, oh my gosh, what a crappy year, what a terrible year, we didn't get enough first-party. I felt like the exclusives that they bought, the relationships that they fostered, the things, the publishing and exclusive efforts that they invested their money into resulted in me having a great year. Like, I didn't have a bad year last year in gaming. Would it have been better if Yote landed? Maybe. I think Yote got pushed because they want it to be PS5 Pro enhanced, and I think they also pushed it because they have relationships with companies where they need to make sure they don't step all over their partners. Like Rise of the Ronin was like the best-selling game for Team Ninja. That might not have happened if they were out there marketing Yote. Everybody would be like, well, I don't know. I might wait for Yote. Yeah, Creature's saying it. They have relationships with third party. They can't step on them. Like, it's delicate. You can't have, like, publishing efforts with Stellar Blade and a partnership deal with Rise of the Ronin and then at the same time be out here promoting Ghosts of Yote. There's multiple layers to what PlayStation's doing, and I think what people do is they get on one note. Just that one note of like, well, where's the first party? Where's the first party? If you just press pause on that and you say, well, what exclusives did you get? You're swimming in them. And they couldn't step all over them. I'm actually kind of excited to try Grand Blue Fantasy Relink with my wife. Like, I booted it up the other night and I was like, I remember really enjoying this game. I remember really liking it. And I'm kind of mad at myself for not going back to it. It's a bit more of it's sort of like a team co-op based, a little bit slightly more cartoonish, like Final Fantasy 16, like has that vibe in the combat. I'm like, I think I'm going to like this. You know, even if she doesn't play with me, I think I'm going to roll credits on that game. Like the movement and the art style and the menus and stuff. I'm like, this is actually pretty good. I'm kind of kicking myself for not sticking with it. Pink hair chick with the sword is elite. I'm super early in the game. I'm like an hour into the game, Gambit. I'm you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm kind of mad at myself. I think I missed out. You know, obviously I've got the game and can play it, so no loss there. And a 5-bomb comes in from Gambit Zero. He sets up the next milestone. A 10-bomb could secure 550. Excellently done, Gambit Zero. Let's see if anybody tag teams with you. Microsoft can get F with their AI stuff. I mean, PlayStation has a lot of shovelware in their storefront as well. Play Anywhere, Game Pass, free cloud saves, exclusives aren't everything anymore, although I still believe in them. Nothing for certain, but I can see Sony and maybe someday Nintendo going in the same direction. I just don't see it. I don't see Sony or Nintendo doing it. They are too hardware-centric to make that shift. Microsoft, as a parent company, helps with this evolution because they are software-centric and not hardware-centric. Like, you have to think about that. That literally just kind of came to me, that these predictions are so off base because Microsoft as a parent company, it makes perfectly good sense. Savage Sharkbite adds to the total with a VIP renewal. It makes perfectly good sense for Microsoft to make this pivot. Why? It's not a big evolution for them. It isn't. They're software centric. They're not hardware centric. Nintendo and Sony are hardware centric. They're not going to suddenly pivot to a software-centric strategy. It would be destructive to their entire business. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the actual companies are so fundamentally different. In order for Sony to make that shift, at a ground level, their entire business would have to shift into like, well, we're not really hardware or tech centric anymore. But they are right now. And Microsoft's been a software company for how long? How you make your money and your business structure can't just change overnight. Xbox was dead in 2020, says Peter Tingbro. With low quality games, 30 FPS standard, rip Xbox. Xbox console, sure. Publishing is going places. Yeah, I don't think I think their publishing is going places. I don't think you got to worry about that. But yeah, the console, rest in peppers. Remember when Netflix said their competitor is Fortnite? That's how competition is entertainment. You're competing against all forms of entertainment. It's Microsoft Publishing. I mean, you get the point. You get the point. I mean, there's no need to be pedantic. The point in the spirit of what I'm saying is their publishing efforts, I think, are going places. I don't think there's any worry there. I definitely think they murdered their console, though. If you guys haven't hit subscribe yet, consider hitting subscribe. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you can help us hit a really, really big goal of Member Plus and above. It's a $6 membership instead of $5. So if you've never done it, try out a membership and help us hit a huge milestone. Hit join and pick the $6 tier. Or if you currently have a membership or a gifted, you can upgrade to Member Plus. We are super close. We need like 20 people. That's the smallest amount we've ever needed to upgrade to hit the next milestone, like 20 people to upgrade. This guy says, why buy a PlayStation when I can get a PC more powerful with the same games? PlayStation hardware is dead in 2 years. LOL. You PC guys are... you PC guys have some wild takes. You guys have some wild takes, bro. And a 20 bomb from MASH. Says, I'm not giving you a 10 bomb. I'm giving you a 20 bomb, and you're going to like it. Thank you, MASH. And 5 pounds from SDO. Did people really think Microsoft would greenlight $100 billion spending from Xbox without any strategy changes? A lot of us tried to warn, you know. Haha, I can spend 5 times as much as you for twice the performance, suckers. What's that about, Narwaffle? What's Xbox Air reporting on? Let me check the total of Member Plus and VIP. 573. 573. We're so stinking close. Lono says, Maloon, Sony studios are competing against their last games. As Yoshida likes to say, you're only as good as your last game, for sure. Explosive announcement and roadmap for Halo Infinite tomorrow. No, it's today, Deadeye. It's this afternoon. We don't know what that means. And a single gifted comes in from V-Game Veteran. Thank you so much. 562. What do you get for member and VIP? So VIPs get into the VIP lounge in the Discord. They get early access when we're going to play a game together. You get in first, whether it's Jackbox, Fortnite, Fall Guys, or today we're playing Orcs Must Die, Death Trap. You get in first. Sometimes I throw game codes in there. So you basically get first dibs on the good stuff. You get first dibs on playing in a community game night, and you get first dibs on anytime we have anything to, throw in the Discord. You're telling me, Lono, my coworker is a diehard PC Master Race guy. He's always telling me PC is superior and consoles will die out, and that I will become a PC gamer. Yeah, I don't think their predictions are rooted in fact. I think it's rooted in weird blind ideology it's usually motivated by some weird deep-seated insecurity. I don't know why they think that. Like, AMD and Sony just partnered for Project Amethyst that is related to the PlayStation 6. The Nintendo Switch 2 is about to drop and show the world that consoles are not dead at all. These people are quite literally out of touch. They don't say anything based on facts or data. They watch some ideological, diatribe shouting person who says things that are not motivated by research or facts. They just say it because they want it to be true. They need it to be true. It's easy to compel people with facts. You look at sales reports, revenue reports, you look at earnings calls and CFO calls. That's really, really easy to compel people. The ideology, these ideologues don't compel me ever, because it's always driven by emotion and insecurity. It's like you read a press release like I did the other day, and these guys are out here saying I'm spinning. It's like, I'm literally reading a press release. Like, that's the kind of people that you're interacting with a lot of the times. The PC guys think console is dying, but the kings of PC gaming, Steam, think it's a good idea to get into console gaming. It's hilarious. Right. Consoles are for exclusives. Only reason I've ever bought a console is for exclusives. If not, I would just have a PC all these years. For you, that's true, but that's not true for me. I do it for the convenience of it. Yeah. I do it for the convenience of it. It's just so much more convenient. The data shows that consoles are just as popular as ever. Yeah, there's no evidence to indicate that this is shrinking. I mean, it's not, when people say it's not growing, a lot of the times what they do is they misconstrue that to mean that it's like shrinking or dying. At this point in time, you'd have to wait, I think, to see what results from like the China Hero project. Like, PlayStation is finding new customers. They are. Around 20 million folks, you guys hear me say this all the time, right? Around 20 million folks have a PS5 who did not have a PS4. So they're finding new customers somehow. Some of that's migration from Xbox. Some of that's migration from PC. Some of it's people that are like, hey, those games look great. Who knows? Any one of those. And when you say that some of it's migration from PC, those weirdos that love PC, you know, that makes their eye twitch because they don't think that that's possible. Now, we got to wait also for, you know, their efforts with China Hero Project. Because we know that the Chinese market is ripe for sales and new customer acquisition. Now, the China Hero Project, the publishing efforts from PlayStation, they are going day and date with those games, PC and console. Now, the dishonest grifters and the liars out there, when that makes landfall, okay, when Lost Soul Aside makes landfall, I'm gonna tell you right now, they're already the videos already exist in the future, right? I'm not a time traveler, but their videos already exist in the future. They'll say, "Told you PlayStation was going day and date to PC." Told you, right? Because they're not honest. They're liars. They'll fail to mention the fact that this is a publishing effort in the Chinese market. It's not first-party content that they own. It's not first-party studios that they own. They are Chinese studios that they have partnered with to publish in that market, which comes with the expectation of we got to put it on PC, right? Like those studios, that's part of the deal, right? Well, there was a surge of demand for the PlayStation 5 in China when Black Myth Wukong was only available on PS5, okay? So the China Hero Project could lead to more folks in that market suddenly saying, I'm going to get myself a PS5. Right? Like, that to me just makes sense. It just makes sense. It's like, if Black Myth Wukong by itself caused a spike in demand for the PS5 in the Chinese market, the same thing will happen with the China Hero Project. A ton of people will still buy it on PC, for sure. Probably the majority, I bet. I bet the majority of sales from the China Hero Project are PC. But they are going to 100% get new user acquisition in that market. And PlayStation's saying, where are the markets right now where we're not having great adoption rate and success? And they're going into those markets and they're investing. To me, I think it's a smart strategy. I think that's why they're working on a legit portable. Because I think they want better adoption rate in Japan as well. They've got better adoption rate this time around, but still, I think they want better saturation in Japan than they get. And I think one of the ways to do that is with a portable device. Yeah, they're doing efforts in India. That's a big economy. That's a big economy to suddenly have a presence in. India is massive. So I think their efforts are going to show that Xbox jumped to a quick conclusion of like, well, we're not finding new people, so it's time for us to do this. How long am I live till? We switched to a members thing in like 2 hours. So we hit the goal. So it's community game day. There's a stretch goal of 600 that we're probably going to hit as well. You guys have been so generous. We've got plenty of time left to hit that. India would be a massive W. Yeah, if you suddenly start shipping games and publishing games in, the Indian market, in the Chinese market, and you get adoption rates in those markets, that can be really good growth for PlayStation. Is PC that inconvenient today? I game on a desk. I play in whatever form factor appeals to me if it's a handheld. Well, you got to think globally, El Duderino. In certain markets, the interaction with PC, you could go to like a PC cafe or something, or you could buy a PlayStation and you're just done. Instead of like building it, finding a pre-built. We have easy access to pre-builts. In America, you can walk into a Target, a Best Buy, or a Walmart and be gaming this afternoon on a PC. Not every market is like that. Some markets, sure, right? You can just walk to the store right now and buy a PC, I'm sure. But globally, you might find people think, no, it's just way more convenient to just buy the console than to try to find a PC or build a PC. That stigma is probably always going to be there to a certain degree. You like problems? Consumers are averse to problems. So, Tremolo with 15 months. 15 months, do that thing, chat. Thank you, Tremolo. Tremolo is wanting likes. I asked this earlier. Are any PS5 gamers actually going to buy Forza Horizon 5? Are you asking that thinking that they won't? It's a graphical tour de force. It's a beautiful game. PlayStation users have shown they love pretty games. They love car games. Are you honestly under the impression that it won't sell well on PlayStation? My chat just got spammed with people saying they're going to buy it. It's quite literally the best looking Xbox game this gen. It's gorgeous. I've always given Forza Horizon its due bouquet of flowers. It's a gorgeous game. I bet you it takes the cake from Sea of Thieves. I bet you it takes the cake from Sea of Thieves. It'll be the best-selling Xbox game. Well, Black Ops 6 is currently the best-selling Xbox published game on PlayStation. That's not really a fair competition. As far as porting efforts are concerned, I think Forza Horizon 5 will blow Sea of Thieves out of the water. It'll blow Sea of Thieves out of the water. Do a poll? I mean, we don't need to do a poll. People on mobile don't like it. You always have to constantly minimize it. Chat is evidence enough. We don't need a poll. Chat is evidence enough. It is full of people saying they're going to buy it. They're going to get it. It would be like Gran Turismo 7 suddenly landing on well, they might have canceled the port. But if like Gran Turismo 7 was suddenly on PC, I feel like a lot of people would buy it. It's a gorgeous game. Yeah, there are plenty of people that aren't going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not a car guy. I don't play car games, racing games. It's not my thing. The estate of Superman's creator Joseph Schuster has filed a lawsuit against Warner Brothers in DC. They claim the studio lacks the rights to release James Gunn's Superman in a number of territories, including Canada, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Australia. Good luck with that. Two gifts equals confetti. I'm checking Twitter. I do not care at all, guys, that Xstasis put that image on Twitter. I do not mind at all. That does not bother me. That is 100% fine. I take it as a compliment. Wait, and is Ixtasis actually... Is Ixtasis genuinely now at Insider Gaming? Is that true? Is that a confirmed thing? Oh, yeah. A member from Wild Mustang, 22 months. Do you think Ghost of Yotai, however, is spelled... Oh, it'll be better than AC Shadows? Oh, I'm going to enjoy Ghost of Yotai quite a bit more. Quite a bit more than AC Shadows. I'm very confident in that, yes. I actually really hope that AC Shadows is good. It looks good to me. I look like I'm going to enjoy it. I'm extremely excited to try it out co-op with my wife. It's something that I've always wanted. I've always wanted a game like that to try out co-op, and I think AC Shadows is the best one to try it with. I'm a bit worried about this port now. Why, Metallica? Forza Horizon 5 announced for PS5 coming this spring. Details. Developed by Panic Button in partnership with Turn 10 and Playground. What? Turn 10 is involved? I don't think Turn 10 does bad work. I just think Forza Motorsport... I just feel like it wasn't ready. I think Motorsport's been heavily improved since launch. It just launched rough. Didn't Panic Button do Doom for Nintendo? Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed Tsushima more than Odyssey and Valhalla. I'm just hoping that Shadows does something good. Turn 10's done Motorsport, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Apex, 7. Were all these bad? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to say it. I feel like that kind of a game has got to be easier. I feel like it'll be easier to bring to PlayStation than others. Does that make sense? Wait, hang on one second. Okay, I'm not going to touch that one. The biggest problem in Forza Motorsport are the competitive multiplayer. It is important. I wouldn't worry. It launched with a lot of issues. It did, MASH. Yeah, it launched with a lot of issues. So, I mean, they have since, rectified a lot of that. Xbox games sell better than PlayStation exclusives on PlayStation. Y'all will see. What? What are you talking about? So, do you want to look at last year? Should we look at last year? Let me see if I can get the entire year. Somebody get me the entire year. Can someone find it from the Circana stuff? What you're saying is simply is ridiculous. He called Ghost of Yotai DEI. Oh, I don't want you to get a membership. Bye. Sorry, you've got to be a certain level of intelligence to hang out here, because you might end up getting a membership from someone's hard-earned money. And if you're going to call Ghost of Yotai DEI, I have no desire to talk with you. Go hang out on another channel, please. You're not welcome here. So anyway, right, Patrick? So anyway. Maloon says, there is no entire year, only the top 10, and it's all sports, sadly. I couldn't find the full list. Yeah, I mean, if you're really going to try to claim, I don't get why they always run with that narrative. That's going to be one of the weirdest bleed green narratives that, like, Xbox games sell better than PlayStation games. I'm like, what the frick are you guys talking about? You always have the worst ratio of sales out of all platforms. As Curly Bill said in Tombstone, well, bye. Xbox better. You're allowed to think Xbox better. I don't care if somebody wants to come in and cheer for Team Green. That doesn't bother me at all. I'm not going to entertain buffoons and morons who are like, Ghosts of Yotai's DEI. Okay. Nemesis Undead for 17 months says, 17 months, wow! I mean, I have my own version of DEI, and it's diplomatically expelling idiots. So, yeah, I'm all about that here. Adios. Adios, idiot. Xbox games will sell better on PlayStation than on Xbox. I mean, well, that's true because you're not competing with Game Pass. Player number stats being touted have completely messed with people's perception of sales, and it's annoying. For sure. For sure. I mean, you definitely have people that misconstrue those stats. They're like, oh, well, look how many people played Indiana Jones, and they don't realize that Astrobot outsold it. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the launch month of Indiana Jones, it got outsold by Astrobot, and Astrobot was in its second month. Oh, and by the way, Indiana Jones was on 2 platforms. Astrobot was on 1. And here's what they'll do, and here's where you absolutely have to nail them to the wall on this. They'll say, well, Astrobot only sold 1.5 million out of 70 million PS5s. Just ask them how many copies of Indiana Jones sold against the number of people who have a Steam account. Thank you for conceding that basically every multi-plat game is an egregious flop. If 1.5 million out of 70 million is bad, good golly, how bad did Indiana Jones do according to your logic? Like, dear Lord, what a financial failure, according to your logic. How many Steam users are there? How many copies of the game sold on Steam? Oh my gosh. What a financial failure. Jay Mollett says, answer questions. Are you talking to me? Are you trying to get help with something? Panic Button is doing the main port of these games they've ported and developed. They've done ports of Apex Legends and Doom Eternal to the Nintendo Switch, Jedi Fallen Order to the PlayStation 5 and Series X and S. I mean, they look like they have a pretty good track record. Jedi Fallen Order on PS5, I think, was fine. It had some issues at launch that I think got fixed relatively quickly. Jedi Fallen Order did not launch in a bad way. Jedi Survivor had all kinds of trouble. All kinds of trouble. Spider-Man 2 got an update like half an hour ago on Steam. Hopefully it can rectify the bad score it's getting. 132 million MAU for Steam according to Google. There you go. Wonderful. Almost half. PlayStation 5 has almost half of the potential users of Steam. So great. Any game that is ever sold on Steam, we can do the same comparison. How many copies of Indiana Jones sold on Steam out of 132 million potential purchasers? Well, guess it failed and flopped, according to your logic. I'm not saying that it did. I'm simply applying their flawed and incredibly bankrupt logic, because that's not what determines the success of a game. If it is what determines the success of a game, then basically every single multiplat is a horrible failure. Because that's a lot of people that could buy these games that go multiplat. What was it? Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 sold on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Well, like 3 million in the same amount of time that Final Fantasy 16 sold 3 million on one platform? Holy mackerel. I guess Dragon's Dogma 2 was a financial failure and a flop, according to their logic. I have to say that every single time, because if not, they'll clip me out of context and make it seem like I'm saying that. Xbox could have been in such a better position if they just waited a year to drop the big games on a sub-service. Day and date was the dumbest idea ever, right after movie streamers learned. If coming God of War for Xbox, maybe? No. I don't think you will ever see PlayStation exclusives on Xbox. There's no reason. There's no business angle. They gain nothing. They would do nothing but lose money in that trade. There's an arts and crafts channel now in the Discord for all you crafty folks out there. We'll put your arts and crafts. You'd have to come up with a compelling business reason for PlayStation to do that, because it would be it's just antithetical to their efforts. It doesn't do anything for them. Lono, greetings to you, Tam Tam. You're bad at art? Well, let us become a member and put it in the Discord so we can all make fun of your bad art. You're here for our entertainment, after all. Is there a stipulation somewhere that any game can shut down even after previews, player count, success like Multiverses? Can Marvel Rivals do the same? What do you mean consumer protection? What do you mean? For what? They don't owe you their server. They don't owe you their server access and server maintenance and money for forever. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah. You're going to notice something that's largely absent from the top 20 games, both physical and full digital, ranked from dollar sales. You're going to notice something that's absent from here. The games that they ported over. You're going to notice that Helldivers 2 is on the list. PlayStation. Right? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, PlayStation exclusive. Marvel Spider-Man 2, PlayStation exclusive. Right? Now, you could obviously say, oh, but Call of Duty. Call of Duty's up there. Yeah, that's an established Leviathan franchise that has always outsold everything. Like, giving Xbox credit for that's silly, and you know it. It just is. Like, they bought it. It's always sold that well. It's not selling that well because Microsoft owns it. It's always sold that well. You bring over Sea of Thieves, you bring over Hi-Fi Rush, you bring over Pentiment, you bring over Grounded, and they're nowhere on this list. But you have PlayStation exclusives in the top 20. Like, this is generally true every year, that these charts are going to be dominated by the big sports titles, by Call of Duty, and then there'll be other breakouts. I mean, Sony's literally in the top 3 with the likes of a football game and Black Ops 6. So when you're like, oh yeah, but they bring their Xbox games over there and they sell more than PlayStation games, and it's like, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing evidence of that. And let's say a game does come over and outsell. Let's say Gears of War E-Day comes over and outsells, I don't know, Ghost of Yotei. Okay, so what's the problem with that? It's just a game at that point. It's just a game being published. It's no different than an EA game at that point. Right? It's no different than any other publisher at that point. You're not winning any points because you're not really a platform anymore. You're a publisher. Are you going to flex the fact that EA is always up there too? Are you going to do that? You going to start a podcast and brag about how many times Electronic Arts is in the top selling games? Here's Electronic Arts. Here's EA. Here's EA. So let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you going to brag about how many times Take-Two's up there? 1, 2, 3, 4. You see? You're in the publishing game now. If you want to brag about beating somebody, if you want to brag about who you're outselling, I mean, you're competing with EA and Take-Two. You're a publisher now. You're not winning any points for Xbox. You're just making money for Microsoft. It's a complete shift. Wicked Witch of the East, bro. Came down in a bubble, Doug. Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't hit subscribe yet today, consider doing that. It's how you talk in my chat. Consider hitting the like button as well. That helps us. We're trying to get to 500 likes. And also, everybody who supported the video today and left a comment, thank you. A lot of you have been featured in this video. That's one of the great reasons to jump on a video that early in the morning and hit like and leave a comment. If you haven't seen it yet, it's my video saying Xbox, next game on PlayStation. Who's next is the question. Don't give the fanboys any ideas. Their hatred for Sony will have them cheerleading for EA and Ubisoft. Like, let them. What I'm hearing is that Microsoft needs to buy EA. Shut up, MASH. Shut the frick up. All right, here's what we're going to do. Ugh, I got to stretch my legs, use the restroom. Mr. Chosen, thanks for jumping back in as a member. If you guys want to count towards the total, though, or if you want to get into all the content, you do need to be on Member Plus and not the $5. The $5 member tier is the gifted tier. So, I'm going to be back in 60 seconds. I am going to hit some ads. This is a perfect time for you to hit the like button, hit subscribe. Make sure your bell button is set to all. I will be out of town next week. We might do something on Monday, though, with all the news breaking with all these other titles. So, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot going on still. Community Game Day is on the way. JW, look at him. Confetti, if nobody steals it. You're the man, bro. He waited. He waited. He's like, Lono's gone. It's my time. It's my time to shine. All right, I owe you guys a member. Thank you, sir. Oh, my golly. That is funny. We're going to have a good time tonight. We are. I got a new Rhine Guy sampler. I got some bourbon. You know, it's going to be a good time, dude. I got that, the horse, what the horse bourbon's called. I forget what it's called. I got some of that. You know, you guys have made some good bourbon suggestions. It's been good. I forget who suggested that one, but I've enjoyed it. It's very, very good. And thank you so much for the upgrades today. Sigs and Serial upgraded today, and Dylan Prevost upgraded today. Thank you guys for upgrading your memberships. That is huge. That's huge for us. I mean, Hilly, if that happens, I don't think it benefits us to cover it today. Can you hear me? I don't know if he's watching the stream. Yeah, I think if they do that, that's just that's Monday. That feeds Monday. Honestly, the creature sometimes doesn't think that's a good idea, but if that bomb drops today, that's a video and a stream on Monday, and then I get to say, hey, I'll see you guys in a week, you know, and you guys can go crazy. You'll have one day to go crazy. I'll throw down the gauntlet and be like, you guys have one day to hit the weekly goal. You have one day to hit the weekly goal, you know, and then I'll take a week and I'll be back and we'll have a good return. I'm curious as Smash why Sony pulled MLB The Show from Xbox Game Pass. I thought they had a pretty good success there, fairly popular across both platforms. They probably decided that they would be better off. Well, you know what it is, Smash? I bet you it's twofold. I think it lines up with my prediction that Xbox is spending less money on those types of deals. They don't need it. They're like, listen, we've got Doom. We got Call of Duty. We've got big titles to throw on Game Pass this year. We're not entering in a contract with MLB because the money that they have to pay for that to be on there, Microsoft probably didn't want to. They probably either came back with a much lower offer or they simply said, we're not interested. Again, that's my prediction. I think you're just going to see less and less big, giant third-party titles hitting Game Pass because Microsoft and Xbox are going to say, well, why would we do that? You're talking about Blanton's bourbon with the horse top? No. Hang on, I'll get it. Horse Soldier. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Mass says that's brutal if true. That means that how little they value their core base and the offerings that they bring outside their first parties. Well, they spent $70 billion so they could put big titles on Game Pass. You see, Mash? Like, all the money they would have given to companies, you know, in games like MLB, well, they spent it on... They spent it on a dadgum acquisition of Activision Blizzard. That's what they would say. A good idea where to find that one. Oh, Tyler, are you the one that recommended it? Like, they spent all that money on Activision Blizzard, and they're giving you Call of Duty. Lono's sitting on a $75 bottle. I think I bought that one to celebrate the one day you guys went crazy. Sometimes people like Charles Freeman paid for me to get the Rabbit Hole bourbon. I usually don't buy myself expensive bourbon. I just don't. But yeah, I bought that one to celebrate. It was like, I want to say it was like 3 weeks ago because you guys went crazy. Yeah. I typically don't do that though. You know? I can buy 4 or 5 different brands for the price of that one. If you look for the sales. Yeah, with them being able to regularly trickle out their own content onto Game Pass, whether it's Diablo or Call of Duty or anything else, I don't think that they're going to be out here saying, oh, we need to make sure we get things, you know, like MLB. Like, it would not surprise me at all if some insider ends up leaking that. Yeah, that's a $70 bottle. Signature barrel strength bourbon. They have cheaper bottles of Horse Soldier. They have Horse Soldier Straight and Small Batch, and this was the signature barrel. This man lives on bourbon and ribeye steak. Don't listen. I understand. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I actually prefer MLB to show over Call of Duty. To each their own. Well, yeah. I mean, everybody's going to have their game preferences. Yeah, it's all a part of the same shift, you know. It's all part of the same evolution. They prioritize building their own library for Game Pass as opposed to constantly having to pay others to be on it. That's one of the reasons why I've said that I think there was a big internal debate about putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. Like, we were hearing rumblings that they were discussing it. And I think I think Phil Spencer fought for it. I think him and Satya did not agree. I think that was a debate between the two of them. That's always been my theory. I miss when the sport game world was so much more competitive. At one point, Sony had NFL Game Day. Who remembers Game Day? I was never big into the sports games. MLB is popular on Game Pass charts, so I imagine the users won't want to miss out, and they'll cough up the 70. Maybe they'll unsub from Game Pass. Could be anything. Halo Infinite PlayStation 5 might be announced today, says Zubitech. Halo and Gears have been registered on PlayStation? What? Where's he getting this? On the PlayStation back end? Somebody asked him where, and he said on the PlayStation back end. I said don't count it out. I mean, there was a handful of you guys said they might announce it today. Y'all told me. It's happening. These freaking guys, they do this right before I leave town. It's so dadgum annoying. I swear. Sony DMCA'd Bloodborne modders. Stop leaving town, nerd. Problem solved. GTA 6 trailer on Tuesday. I'm telling you, Vithar. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man. Just take us with you. I mean, I can do things with my phone, but it ain't the same as sitting here and doing the real show. They specifically planned this so you can't cover it. They did. Yeah, they did, Wolf. You know? Unbelievable, man. Reforge road trip. The difficulty is it's a short trip, which is Tuesday to Saturday, and we're flying. So it's like, I'm not going to have a whole lot of wiggle room while I'm there to do much. Who planned what? Oh, they're not being serious, Wild Mustang. None of us are being serious. We don't think that that's true, that they plan stuff around me. That's ridiculous. So on Monday, you're announcing the trip is canceled, right? No, I can't stay back. I can't. No. Like, if something insane happened and like a crazy event got announced for like the Tuesday or something, I could stagger my trip and I could go like a day later or something. That would be fine. But I can't stay back, and I certainly can't cancel the trip. It would have to be something pretty unprecedented. You know what I'm saying? Like if GTA was like, oh yeah, our trailer drops tomorrow, I'd be like, babe. I'm like, babe, we gotta reschedule my flights for Wednesday. I gotta stay back and work on Tuesday. Like, you know what I'm saying? If it was something that's like that crazy, that big, I'd have to stay back for at least a day. But I can't just not go on the trip. That's just there's no chance. Lona will announce on Monday everything about what was supposed to be on his trip while he stays home. Right. You can still do it from your phone, right? You just won't be as interactive. Well, and my phone's old, so the battery dies really quick. Like when I plug that podcast, microphone into it, I don't think I have a way of charging it. That's always been the dilemma. If I want to actually have like a decent microphone, well, actually, no, I can use the case to charge it. I could plug the case into the wall. No, I could have it charging. What about the Master Chief Collection? That too. Yeah, you got to be careful with Zuby because he did claim that one Nintendo Switch price image came from Nintendo's website, which was not true. Zuby Tech's usually very accurate, but him claiming that it's been registered on the back end, I don't know. I feel like there'll be other people chiming in and saying that that's true. I think there'll be other corroboration on that. That would be a big deal. There would be a data trail somewhere. Somebody would have a screenshot to prove that that's true. Will Forza Horizon get a physical copy? I have no idea. What phone do you have? Like an old iPhone 11 Pro or something. Every time I'm like, hey, we're in a pretty good spot for me to go get myself a phone, we have an expense that jumps in the way. 2 days ago, Halo Studios listed a new job for their creative director. He was one of the first to say Xbox Studios had the PS5 dev kits. Zuby's been good. There's just times where he'll say something and you're like, well, what's the source? And it's like it'll be you won't get one sometimes. I think he's usually on more than he's off, but like with the Nintendo price one, he said that it was on Nintendo's website. It was not on Nintendo's website. It wasn't. Is that Zubair's alt? No. Yeah, his sources, trust me, bro. Yeah. Kepler, a known insider, a reliable insider. Kepler says that he thinks Nadella is going to pull the plug on Xbox hardware soon. He was responding to Red Gaming Tech. It's official, Forza's coming. It's looking almost certain Halo and Fable will be coming too. Really makes me wonder what the next gen of Xbox will look like. Will it be a traditional console or more like a PC with Xbox branding? Kepler says, I think Nadella will pull the plug soon. Good golly. For frick's sake, man, upload the trailer. Give us a trailer before you leave, says Mr. Chosen. The floodgates didn't just open. The entire dam is crumbling. Yeah. I mean, this isn't like a floodgate opening. This is like this is quite literally a monsoon. This is a dadgum tidal wave crashing on the beachhead. Like it's Forza feels like the seal broke, and now it's just going to be a barrage. Because if they announce Halo today, at that point, it's like then every announcement can happen. Everything can come out and say that they're coming. Yeah, it's a tsunami. Yeah. Sarah Bond said they were going to do hardware that was the biggest technical leap ever seen in a generation. But again, that could mean anything. That could be, we're the first to have a handheld that has blah, blah, blah on it. This is a big technical leap for gamers. They've never done a technical leap like that in the generation. It'd be a pretty big leap to suddenly be doing, a handheld or something. You know what I mean? Like, that could mean anything. I don't know. Again, her and Phil suddenly stopped saying the word console, but then Phil did say the word console in an interview with Rolling Stone. But like I said this morning, I take everything Phil says with a grain of salt. I mean, he sat there and straight-face said 4 games, just 4 games. This is not a signal that everything's coming. And in the back of his mind, he knew Forza was coming. He knew Halo and Gears were coming. I think you have to take everything that man says with a grain of salt. He's constantly satiating the audience to stay calm, and then the reality dashes against the rocks months later. No, just 4 games. Of those 4 games, it's not Indiana Jones and Starfield months later. Starfield's coming. This is not a signal that everything's coming. He said that knowing that tentpole pillar titles like Forza are coming. Everybody views Forza, Gears, and Halo as the holy trinity of Xbox. And he sat there with a straight face and act like, nah, this is just 4 games. We're going to learn. It's not a signal that everything's coming. And he knew one of the holy trinity was coming over. I don't think you can take anything he says that seriously. Now, I mean, one of the guys on Icon Era says sources close to Icon Era have been told that the PlayStation 5 version of Halo Infinite is in the works at Microsoft, with a fully playable PS5 build being shown around 6 months ago. Despite having chances of being revealed at the Halo Spring Community Update today, no specific date was given, no word on Halo Master Chief was given. The same source corroborates Demon's Souls not currently in development for PC, albeit things could change due to time for PC ports being short to develop rather than port actually happening. Man, there are rumblings. There is something going on. There are rumblings about GT7 port not happening to PC, and now Demon's Souls PC port not happening. I don't know what the frick's going on. Yeah, Mandela, I saw that. Kepler thinks that Nadella's going to pull the plug on hardware soon. I don't think Kepler has info to say that. I think he's just making an educated guess. Dadgummit. Hang on. We might have to bump Community Game Day to tonight, Hilly. Creature thinks that we need to do something. He hasn't responded just yet. He thinks we need to... Okay, he says maybe. We have like 4 videos tonight. Yeah, Hilly agrees. Hilly thinks that we should cover it. Gears, Halo, no hardware. Golly. We need these things recorded. You want to run them as 4s while I'm gone, don't you? I think that's what he wants. I think he wants to run 4s while I'm gone. Honestly, if you premiered them in the morning, some of these would probably just burn like fire. Yeah, we might have to make a thumb and everything. I've not been answering y'all's questions. Let me pull them up here. Maloon says, we're about to be in February 2025. How is your January 2025 in gaming? News-wise, game-wise, I'm excited for all these games. Dude, I've rolled credits on a bunch of games in January. It's been really, really fun. Space Marine 2, Plague Tale Requiem, Nine Souls, Kane and Bridge of Spirits. I'm now working on Tales of Iron, the first one, so then I can play the second one. I'm loving it. Gaming's just so fun right now. I don't know. What are the chances Microsoft kills Game Pass next generation? Louis Love. Yeah, we've entertained that question a couple times today. I don't think they're going to get rid of it. Could you remind everybody about Town Hall? Guys, if you are a member, a paying member, or a gifted member, you want to get into the Discord. They do a weekly Town Hall, which is your opportunity to share your thoughts about the community, my content, and things that we could be doing differently, things that we could be doing, just to better give you more stuff to do. So be sure to get into the Discord. Be sure that you're a part of those town halls if you want your thoughts and your opinions known. That takes place on Fridays around 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll be mad if you don't beat FF16 by 2026. Yeah, FF16 quickly got sidelined again, Maloon, because I was like, oh, there's new games coming out that I want to play, and now I want to play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink with Madam. You know? Talika says, do you think they're announcing all these games that will lead to the announcement of Fable PS5 Day 1? The parallel development could also be what's taking Fable so long, right? I at this point, I don't even feel it in my gut or my bones anymore. I'm like confident that Fable got pushed back and will be day and date. Too many people have claimed it. It makes perfectly good sense. It's like they moved Outer Worlds 2 earlier, and it's a multi-plat now. And we heard from Jeff Grubb, they did that to push something further back. I think that's what they did. I think they said, listen, Fable could make us tons of money. We want that to be a multi-plat release. We don't want that to be staggered. I'm telling you. Think about it. Doom, multi-plat. Outer Worlds 2, multi-plat. And from that point on, they're just multi-plat. South of Midnight will be staggered, and Avowed will be staggered. Those will be like the last one staggered, I bet. Yeah, I've been saying Outer Worlds correctly. Yay for me. That's what I think's going on. I really do. I think South of Midnight and Avowed are the last staggered. I think everything else is multi-plat from this point forward. They haven't just ripped the Band-Aid off. They've amputated the arm and attached something else. It's like it's not even a Band-Aid being ripped off. Like the arm has just been taken off and they put something else in its place. Oh, it's been all over the place, Freddie. Clockwork Revolution could be staggered. Clockwork Revolution's not even coming out this year. Listen, anything not coming out this year is right now, I bet, in the pipeline to be a multi-plat on PlayStation. Perfect Dark, Clockwork Revolution, all of it. All of it. They know they'll make way more money. They got a taste of that Black Ops 6 multi-plat release, and they're like, They got a little taste. And I know that that's exaggerated because it's Call of Duty, but they were like, dude, what are we doing? Everything needs to be shipping at the same time. Look at that revenue report that Ampere put out, that prediction about the fact that like almost double their revenue in December came from PlayStation, and that's against PC and Xbox combined. They got a little taste, and they're like, everything needs to launch at the same time. They know that will make for better sales. And they have enough property to do it. They can. Look at what they're doing this year. They brought Outer Worlds 2 back to be earlier. It's multi-plat. Doom's multi-plat. I'm telling you, I kept telling people, I was like, listen, Microsoft got a taste with Minecraft. They're going to get a taste of that Call of Duty money, and they're going to be like, what the frick are we doing? You get a taste of that, and it will literally change your entire outlook. The minute you start getting that publishing dollars, man, it's just different. Especially when you're Microsoft. Fuzzy says, what's the strategy to not have some separation from the Forza announcement? I would think that they would like it to marinate. No. If they do this today, Fuzzy, listen to me now, y'all. Listen. They're basically setting the year up is what they're doing. I'll tell you what this is. We had our Xbox Developer Direct, and now we're having a Microsoft Developer Direct. That's what's going on. They're like, yeah, you had your fun setting up the year, talking about those, Xbox Developer Direct, and Microsoft's like, yeah, it's our turn now. It's our turn now. Now it's time for the Microsoft Developer Direct. Here's Forza. Here's Halo. They're setting the stage to have their biggest year. I tell you what this is. They want ROI. They want some money. That's what they want. They want this to be one of their biggest fiscal years ever, I bet. They're like, put the pedal to the floor. We need money on this investment. I'm saying Microsoft's been calling the shots for a while now. You write a check that size, and you are answering to shareholders. It's no longer like, well, we wanted to do this with that and the third. Nope. Everything has completely and utterly changed because of that acquisition. The foundations of their plans and their identity have been replaced. Novahan submits a question. Do you think there's anywhere else out there that could viably enter the hardware space if Microsoft drops hardware, or we'd be looking at Sony Nintendo for a decade? Yeah, I think it's Sony Nintendo. The Japanese boys have once again, whooped us in that department. And I think you're going to go to PlayStation for premium high-end console, and you're going to go to Nintendo for family portable, family fun and portable. Steam, I don't think Steam could ever saturate the market enough to actually compete, though. I think Steam could make a go, but I don't think they could compete in the space. I would love a Steam machine to come in and compete. I would frickin' love that. I don't know if they could, though. Maloon says, should it be illegal to announce a game without a release date? Death penalty? No. I'm okay with game announcements. I don't mind game announcements and game teasers. I don't like when they keep coming back time and time again, and they I don't like when they keep coming back time and time again, and it's like they just show you another cinematic. That drives me freaking crazy. I don't like that. Just because you have deep pockets doesn't mean you want the money recouped. Yeah, I mean, I tried to stress that to people over the years who always acted like Microsoft's just got inexhaustible money. I'm like, yeah, they have a lot of money, but you know what they typically do when they dump money onto something and it doesn't work? They take it to the woodshed and they kill it. Mixer, the Windows Phone. I mean, they don't have any trouble being like, yeah, this isn't working. They're not just going to keep dumping money on something that they feel like isn't turning a profit or isn't getting them the conversions that they want. It's not a thing, man. Yeah, Zune. Zune, unfortunately, it was so much better than an iPod at the time. I loved my Zune, man. Yeah, in the comments, he says it's been registered in the back end. We can't find anybody corroborating Zubitech's claim that Halo's been registered on the back end of PlayStation. Halo registered PlayStation. Like, I don't know where he's pulling this from. I'm not seeing anything. When does the Halo show start? Let me take a peek here at their Twitter. Okay, so 4. So we would want to be ready to stream at 3:30. He's getting it from Icon Era and just making it up. I think there's guys at Icon Era that have sources. I had like the owner of Icon Era. He reached out to me once and he said, "Hey, this and this and this are going to happen," and it was real. It was true. They do have some contacts, I think. The industry's getting really, really leaky. So, you had a Wounded Warrior Zune? Dope. Yo, what kind of deodorant is that? Sandalwood Summit? I'm saying Zubitech is making up his claim that the back end is where it's from. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. There's a PlayStation file size Twitter user who pulls from the back end, and then there's Billy Coon. Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of people that have been able to do those data mines sometimes. He got his info from Icon Era, and as usual, he won't source it. The Icon Era leak is based on the back end. And claimed it was on the Nintendo back end. No, I thought he said they couldn't confirm Nintendo yet. VIP from Spirits, thank you so much. Bumping the member count. We are going to have a... I'm trying to think here. I'm trying to plan on the fly. I need to be able to go live at 3:30, and we might just keep this rolling. I don't know if we would go to a member stream and just co-stream the Halo thing and literally just thumbnail it up like Halo is coming to PS5 like question mark, and just co-stream it live. And then after that, golly, the timing here sucks. My wife's going on a thing in an hour. I'm gonna have to be dad and dinner and all that. Shoot. Well, I've got the weekend. I've got the weekend to make stuff. I have the weekend to make stuff. Yeah, we can just do the Orc stream tonight, Hilly. Yes. We'll still do community game night tonight. We will. The Halo stream is about like their roadmap in the future. They say they have some explosive announcements. This late stage in that game's life, I don't know if you would use that phrase. You know what I mean? So you guys have a little bit of time to try to hit the stretch goal. You need 36 members. Hit that $ at the bottom of the chat. See if you have a renewal to celebrate, especially if you're a member plus or VIP. We need 40 more likes for 500 likes. We'll probably just keep going. I don't see the reason to go to like a member stream or something. We'll roll this right into that. I'll have to get my laptop in a second and make a thumbnail. We'll go over at 3:30 and get ready. We redirect and take a bunch of you with me with that title and thumbnail. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll have a very, very good turnout for that. This always happens right before I leave. I think at this point we do have to do a normal day on Monday, though. I think we just hit the channel as hard as we dadgum can on Monday, and then maybe run some things while I'm gone. And then we come back and we'll probably be even stronger because we didn't completely take our foot off the gas for a whole week. If we get an announcement for the Halo Master Chief coming to PlayStation 5 with the release date of the show today, I'm going to lose my mind. The rumors are now that it's Halo Infinite, and I find that to be incredibly strange. I thought that they would never do that. I thought that they would do... the Master Chief Collection first. Even Jez Corden seemed to indicate that the Master Chief Collection was going to be first. So I don't know. It made the most sense for me to do the Master Chief Collection first and then do the new mainline Halo later. Like, I don't... Infinite is the relevant game and service. It makes more sense to me. It makes sense to port the multiplayer over. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're trying to introduce the PlayStation audience to Halo, you're going to do it with Halo Infinite. You would do it with the Master Chief Collection. Or maybe the concern would be is that the Master Chief Collection's great for nostalgic, injection and fun for Halo fans, but maybe they're worried that it wouldn't do well. They want the microtransaction funnel. You think they shadow drop it, Tom? I don't know about that. feel like you'd want to market it, promote it, sell it, not shadow drop it. Oh, shadow drop the infinite multiplayer. That I could maybe see because it's just free to play. You don't need to get like pre-orders or anything. They shadow dropped the multiplayer last time on Xbox. Why don't they announce the Master Chief and Infinite? They did say explosive announcements, plural. All right, I got to get my laptop. We got to make a thumbnail here. We've got time. I just want to make sure it looks good. I don't want it to be like slapped together. Yeah, I'm not worried about the sources. I think we should gamble and just see it and just cover it. All right, let me get my laptop. Hang on. You lose nothing by covering a live event. I agree, Hilly. I mean, this is what we do, and if these rumors are swirling, we're gonna be like, listen, I'm only covering this because of the rumors. Like, I don't really care either way. I'm not a big Halo fan. I was really looking forward to Halo Infinite, and I played it a bunch with you guys, but this is not at all like wishful thinking. This is like really getting some momentum, like the day that this event's happening. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? I do thumb, you do show. No. I've got it. I've got something. I know what I want it to look like. A term like explosive is usually reserved for things like significant news breaks and imminent diarrhea. Right, bro. Yeah. It is. It's something. It is something. I think you have to put your best foot forward, and Infinite is that graphically, relevancy, monetary. I mean, yeah, I guess. A question coming in from Coyote says, off topic, do you think Warner Brothers will sell off the games division? It doesn't seem to be doing well. They're they're gonna be doing just fine, dude. They'll do another Batman game. They got freaking Hogwarts Legacy 2 coming. I don't think they have anything to worry about. I don't think they have anything to worry about. Yeah, Hogwarts is going to carry them. Doc's face on Master Chief's body. No. I don't want the thumbnail to be goofy. I can picture in my mind exactly what I want. They have killers coming. They can license the rest out. The Hogwarts PC update yesterday has been awesome. Yeah, that's kind of wild that they suddenly just added a bunch of mods to that. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy. I never would have thought of that game as a game like getting lots of mods. Mortal Kombat and Batman carry WB. An update a week later. Assassin's Creed Shadows pre-orders on the PlayStation Store. It's number 1 in the USA, United Kingdom, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada. Oh my gosh. It's like basically number 1 everywhere. Is that what you're telling me? It looks like that's what you're trying to tell me. Zinthos with a question. Any thoughts on Midnight Society closing their studio? I thought they were pretty much going to be cooked the minute that, the minute that stuff ended with Doc. I just didn't think they were going to have the pull without him. That's incredibly difficult to do, in general. To try to pull off a game studio dev project like that. So once they lost him, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna struggle to have interest. And it's an NFT game, so, rug pulling's in their nature. A $5 super chat from Dark City. Lona, do you think Forza Motorsport will come to Sony? I don't know, Dark City. I mean, they've got it. In a much better state from what I understand, so I could see them wanting to bring it over. NFT scams require a figurehead. Maybe we should do to PS5 today. Yeah, I think that'll look good. I want the thumbnail to punch, dude. Motorsport would be a waste of money. For what reason in your mind, Eugene, would it be a waste of money? Just because of the state that it was in, or would it directly compete too much with something? Did I see the new update for No Man's Sky? We watched the trailer here during a morning coffee. I've got a planned video that I would like to do about No Man's Sky. So we may not get to record that though, because with all this other stuff breaking. I'm not sure you want to go head to head with Gran Turismo. Horizon doesn't do that. Motorsport would. The rest of us want to forget that 5 happened. Oh, Halo 5? I remember I had some high hopes for 5 because they had that game mode that I thought was going to be similar to Onslaught from Unreal Tournament. I got kind of excited, you know? You know, Mama, right before we leave, everything, the whole world blows up and there's stuff to talk about, so we're having to do an improv stream. You know how it is, babe. I'm not the one blowing up and they're not the one talking. Yeah, that's it. My hair looks good. And I'm cootie on my laptop. Thanks, babe. And the kids are outside. All right, see you guys later. All right, guys. No coverage. Sorry. Detective Seeds is saying earlier this... No, I'm good, Mama. There was 2 unannounced Xbox games on the back of the PlayStation storefront. Today, there are now 4 there, according to my PlayStation engineer friend. Okay, so his engineer friend, Detective Seeds' friend, has nailed this stuff. He's been right on the money. Oops. With his predictions. Except for the showcase one, Seeds. I'll never forgive you for that. Green is such an annoying color to use. I can never find a green that I like. I mean, obviously I have my green, but I don't want to use that. Like, that's not like... Our green is definitely not the Halo green. Embrace the blue, you pony. We like to change up the colors on the thumbnails. So I'll tell you what I need to do though. I think I want to do a layer mask on this Pro model. I want it coming out of the back of the... From behind the arrow, but also in front of the arrow as well. Yeah, that'll be good. That's better. Just go with, oh, for fuck's sake, and have Halo on the thumb. That's right. Okay. We're almost there, chat. I wonder if we should just go white on the arrows instead of the green. No, the green looks fine. I got a better green. I moved it. Red everything? No, Creature got on me about always making the thumbnails red. I would use the red arrows like once a week. He was like, why is it always red? I'm like, it's like once a week. It's always red. And a 5-bomb comes in from Behemoth. And he gets us to, I can't see my thing, 569. Nice. Green's the best. Green's all right. I don't dislike green. My branding's green. Okay. And a single comes in from Stone Spire, and he gets us 30 away from the stretch goal. Nice, strong send-off. Thank you guys so much. Okay. All right, what do we want to... Halo, PS5. Announce. I can't type. Announcement. Today, question mark. And Joker Quinn gifts a member. Wait, did I mess that up? I messed that up. Hang on a second. Yeah, that should be 570. Holy frick, what did I do? There we go, 571. I was like, what happened? We just lost a bunch of members. This will be a co-stream of the Halo live stream event today, where we may get a rumored Halo PS5 announcement during the broadcast. All right. This will be their spring, is what they're calling it. It's coming! Yeah, there's a Halo event today, and there's an awful lot of rumors suddenly swirling about the game coming to PS5, and they said they have some explosive announcements. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Announce Halo on PS5 today after you did Forza yesterday. People are already down. Can't get any worse. Okay. They literally titled it Spring. That's a weird title for the thing. Almost done, chat. You guys are being really patient. I appreciate it. Okay. This is one thing I'm like still a little persnickety about, because Creature's like, I could have done this. And I'm like, I know, but the live thumbs and descriptions are like, okay. Well, all right. We're good. We'll go over in an hour. I think this show is a debate. We'll see. We'll see, boys. I'll schedule the stream in like 20 minutes. I'll schedule it for 3:30. We'll go over like 30 minutes before. Here's another member question. If Halo comes over, does that mean we finally see you or Madam play for a goal like you have with the 30 FPS stretch goal? I don't know what you mean. We played Halo a bunch on this channel. That's not much of a goal, is it? You know? I mean, we would happily do some Halo with you guys again. We had a lot of fun. I mean, we had a lot of fun in the past with it. We had a lot of really cool, like, private matches and stuff with you guys. There were some really, really cool ones. New images from Cronus New Dawn, the new IP from Bluebird that will arrive on Xbox, PS5, and PC this year. Ecstasis has got some new images here. There you go. I think that game looks kind of sick. Detective Seeds is saying Starfield and Killer Instinct are two of the games that have been put onto the back end. We're going to have to do, like, you know how the news stations get obituaries ready for, like, presidents and celebrities when they're, like, really old and they, like, basically create them so they can publish them? I literally need to create a video acting as though Starfield just got announced for PS5 and just be like, look right here at the official announcement, and then Creature can just put it in. Be like, I told you so. Just pre-record videos just in case it happens while I'm gone, right? You know? I'll pre-record my reaction to the GTA 6 trailer. I'm like, look at this. This is incredible. I can't believe they're actually doing this. Can you believe the level of detail here? You know? We'll just preemptively record me covering Starfield coming to PlayStation 5. Yeah. The Zubair and the Tidy Work clips. Those are good clips, Hilly. Those are good clips. We'll, here. Here's a reason why you guys should have been around back then. These clips are phenomenal, all right? Hilly and I did something called Split Screen, which was the name for my esports casting desk. And here you go. Robot. All right, Zubair.
Here we go. What magic are we going to come up with here? He's very good at taking the runner down. That's his focus.
All defense from Zubair. You can sense the panic. But he gets it.
He gets it, Charlie.
He gets it.
Zubair, 150 rockets where 3 will do.
153 rockets when 3 will do. That one's good. And then here's Tidy Work. This one's good.
Tidy Work.
Tidy Work. That's your mom's nickname down south, and we won't talk about that. But right now, we've got Type putting...
He's got a 360 double kill.
I am so sorry.
I'm not Abe.
I'm so sorry.
Tidy Work.
Tidy Work. Oh my gosh, dude. We were a great casting pair. We really were. We could run our own shoutcasting desk. We could. Hilly and I could. That's $1 million desk right there, dude. That's top shelf work. That's top shelf work, boys. Oh man. I remember not knowing what to say when you said that. I was dying. Yeah, you're like, go 360. You just kept going with the cast. Oh, that's why Lonely Mountain would be great for you both to shoutcast. My worry with Lonely Mountain is if people just get stuck and they just keep failing. You know what I mean? You need something where the action's kind of ever changing. Lone Hill Casting Services. That's right. Your theory could still maybe be right that they will delay GTA 6 this year and the real release date will be given 1 year later. I don't think I've ever theorized that. If they're not giving that game to us this year, then the shareholders will know next week because they'll need to prepare their expectations for fiscal expectations for revenue coming in. Y'all remember the disconnect that happened those nights? The disconnect? I don't know what you're talking about. Halo is unstable? Oh, there were a couple times we tried to do it where, yeah, it was pretty frustrating. I remember. So this is what Detective Seeds is saying. So what are they then? Starfield and Killer Instinct. What do you think the other two are? Maybe Halo game like Master Chief and the Gears trilogy. He says Halo, Master Chief Collection, Gears Collection, Starfield, Killer Instinct. Pretty much what I figured. Okay, so those are the four that Detective Seeds is claiming. Remember Big Team Battle never working? I feel like we eventually had better luck when we started doing... Somebody was really good at making custom games. I can't remember his name. Eugene says they have new games to play. They don't give an F about a bot riot. Do you think it's Master Chief Collection rather than Halo Infinite? It could be both. It could be both. Detective Seeds is saying it's the Master Chief Collection. It's not Infinite. He's saying that the 4 games that are going to be coming are Master Chief Collection, Gears Collection, Starfield, and Killer Instinct. They basically are on the back end, and we can't see their names yet. He's claiming that he's got an engineer at PlayStation who has been giving him solid intel, and he's saying that's what's coming. Could be the full package. Hopefully some kind of shadow drop like last week. We'll see. In about 10 minutes, I'll schedule the stream so people can get the 30-minute noti. We'll go over there around 3:30 so you guys still have time to hit the stretch goal. We're having a huge day. I mean, we're just chilling now. Like, I'm kind of out of topics. I mean, that we're just kind of hanging out. I mean, the talk show is just kind of in cruise control until this happens. He said yesterday that his PlayStation engineer source has been good for all since he nailed Indiana Jones and now Forza. There are 2 more Xbox games on the back end of the store that have not been announced yet. I would love a Halo Reach remake or a remaster. Yeah, it's about to get. It's gonna be a wild ride, boys. There's an announcement happening. There's a Halo stream today, and they said they have all this stuff that they're talking about, blah 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 blah, and then they also have some explosive announcements. And there's a bunch of smoke. All of a sudden, all these insiders and leakers are claiming that they're going to be announcing Master Chief Collection or Halo Infinite coming to PlayStation today. We've got sources all across the web claiming this. I mean, there are so many people claiming it now. It's hard to think that it's not happening. It's like there has got to be something happening today. I don't think everybody's just pulling our leg. This isn't a bunch of 4chan guys or Reddit guys. These are guys that are like in the know, that are saying this is what they're hearing. Explosive, aka PS5. That's pretty explosive to be like Halo. I mean, I don't know. It feels weird to think this is how they would do it, but at the same time, like what Eugene said, like they just kind of ripped the Band-Aid off with Forza, and now it's like, well, let's just do the whole thing. Just cut the whole arm off. You know? You notice there's no Xbox or Microsoft logo anywhere within the Halo stream announcement? Do they typically have an Xbox logo somewhere on there? Eugene's like, just get it over with, right? Let me go to their previous announcements about events like this. Yeah, that's common, homie. Community Playdate, Live Now, Halo Infinite. There's no Xbox logo on previous announcements. That'd be kind of weird, to be quite honest with you. They have to start saying these things. It's the new normal. And a 20 bomb from Risick gets us so close to the stretch goal, 591. What a strong send-off for me. We'll probably be streaming on Monday, if I'm honest with you guys. This stuff's going to get red hot over the weekend. I can't see not doing an upload, morning coffee, and a stream on Monday and basically saying, I'll see you guys in a week. We'll probably have videos set for you guys as well while I'm gone. I'm not sure what exactly they'll look like. And a 10 bomb from Risick. He says, I'll do it myself. You guys have secured. I don't even. What would be another stretch goal for tonight? Right? Make it something that we could actually do. Like I can wear the hat. That's no problem. What should we do? You know? Okay. Hot sauce challenge? Hat only. No. I'm not going to do stuff where I'm like not wearing a shirt and stuff like that. I'm not. That's out of the question. You have to play Orcs blindfolded. I do not want to play blindfolded, and Hilly has to direct you. That actually wouldn't be a bad challenge. I was joking. Nobody needs to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Okay, you guys don't need to suddenly get mean. You want to see the gains? I'm not gaining anything. I'm losing weight. We're not trying to get flashbangs. That's what I'm saying. The shirt stays on. We need a better stretch goal than that. Because we're about to have a ton of people in here probably for that Halo stream, so we need something to shoot for. Something fun we can do tonight. It can't be a multi-game thing. It's got to be a modifier for when Hilly and I are playing. Play with a controller upside down. Inverted? Do you guys like the inverted challenge that much? You have to end every statement with partner. Isn't it funny that some of the guys have been saying stuff for a year and a ton of hate, and now you were proven right? Donald, one of the reasons that I never really felt like I needed to respond to any of those guys is because I've been in this situation before. I've been covering the games industry for 10 years, and I've always said that with enough time, time and truth are undefeated, and I felt like we stuck to truthful reporting and accurate, reporting, and my predictions were always based off of that. So, I think when you have the truth on your side, you can be patient. I'm used to being right. It's no big deal to me. And I kind of said that this morning. I was like, act like you've been here before, This isn't new territory for me. I did it for 5 years with Destiny. These choir boys that want to make fun of me and mock me, I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just going to keep doing my thing and keep doing what I feel like is a commitment to being beholden to the truth and accuracy and not personally attacking folks and, letting things happen. I credited you this morning, Creature. I said he was Creature. I told him that you were the one that told me that. Act like you've been here before. Well, you want me to quote you every time, quoting someone else every time? Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky? I'm hearing that you should rebrand as Reforge Adulting. I don't listen when you talk. Yeah, it's obvious. Who's Creature? He's my creative director. He's basically the guy that runs behind the scenes stuff here. I don't believe you? Okay. He's the boom mic operator, that's right. Well, and my wife said it before. She's like, you're not really showing off when you intellectually best people, that are intellectually smaller than you. So celebrating being right against a bunch of buffoons that, don't know what they're talking about. Like, is that really something worth celebrating? You know what I mean? Are you going to celebrate beating a bunch of, 7-year-olds at dodgeball? He's a figment of your imagination. I would, but you're a better man than me. I mean, that's also a pretty low bar, Trill. Just as okay. I love you, Trill. Forget what I said, mother. I'm gonna make a phone call right now. I'm gonna get your cookout invite revoked. You wanna talk your to me? Trill's gonna go warpath. Forget what I said. I take back all my compliments. All my condiment compliments. The best thing to leave them behind, barking and keep moving? Yeah, they don't matter. All those folks are in my rear view. Just like all the stuff that happened with, all that other stuff that happened to me. Just all in my rear view, dude. We got better things to do with our time. Trill isn't going to call anyone. There's an app. Cookoutinvites.exe. Lono being the hardcore player, sticking up for the casuals in Destiny was an era for sure. So many quality of life things people fought you on, Bungie ended up putting into the game. Oh, yeah, James. I got so used to being like, listen, yell at me all you want, hate at me all you want. It's coming, boys. They're going to nerf the Ikelos shotgun. It's happening, you know? Run from it, you know? It's going to come all the same. Pause. All right, let me get this stream schedule here, boys. I still hate you for the shards of Galanor. What do you mean? That's not my fault. Yeah, ain't my fault. I didn't do that. I just told y'all what was. I just tell you what's coming. I just tell you what's happening. You know, you get mad at the weatherman for a tornado. You know, you get mad at the weatherman for a thunderstorm on your day for the picnic. I shout at the TV when the weather lady says rain. You're like, no! It's not fair! Okay, I got it scheduled. We'll go over in about 40 minutes. Let me set up the redirect here. I can hear Hilly. Yeah, he's like, oh, F off. If you're going to pop off down to the shop, you might want to bring an umbrella. Oh, off. You know? He's like, come on. I got things to do. I got people to see. I'm really important. Yeah, sod off, you knob. That needs to be a show. Just like Hilly versus the TV. Can you believe it? Can you believe? Oh, oh, it's nonsense on the telly. Trying to watch a little footy. That was bad. That was too much. I put a little too much on it. Michael Caine. Michael Caine. This is the lady I listen to for the weather. Looks like she's ready to go into a ballroom dancing or something. What is going on? You absolute donut. I like how they'll just insult you with, like, household items. You know what I mean? You know, You spatula. This is picking up random things in that. You doorknob. Already turned him in, homie. There it is. The cookout. I'm done. I'm cooked. Your accent's getting quite good. Well, thank you. I've been reading Harry Potter to the kids. I've had a lot of practice. I do voices and everything. Oh, my daughter's impersonating Hermione Granger right now, frantically raising her hand. You absolute spoon handle. Yeah. It's as dumb as a door hinge. That's pretty dumb. I mean, effective, but dumb. Oh. Critical Drinker's latest video. The most hated movie ever. What a disaster. That stinking Snow White movie. Holy mackerel. A Muppet? Yeah, they like to say Muppet. I don't know what that came from. Muppet, melt, get. I don't think bloke is an insult. I think they just say, he's a good bloke. The absolute tool is a common phrase here. Tool? That feels very American. I use melt mostly when someone is being emotional and I don't like it. Some bloke. What was that from? I forget what that was from. Some bloke. It was somebody in chat that we wanted to quote them or something. Didn't somebody say something you were reading and you gave the credit to some guy? And some guy's like, "Hey, I'm right here, dude." Yeah, who was it? Was it Sven? It was when Charles Freeman threw down a gauntlet and then you couldn't remember his name. Oh, that's right. He said he was going to do a 20 bomb and I was like, "Oh, some guy." Oh. Hopefully Charles Freeman's not here. That's probably a sour memory for him. Oh, my word. Excuse me. So many gifted members and super chats today, guys. Again, thank you so much for just the incredible support lately. I don't even know what to say. We don't even have I don't even have a stretch goal for you. You hit both goals. I can't think of anything. I mean, you guys We could just say, you know, modifications to gameplay tonight. Like if you guys want to do invert or blindfold or something. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. I have to feed them? I have to feed my kids tonight. Like, what? These expectations are just unrealistic, y'all. Have to feed my kids, you know? Jiminy Christmas. You get hit with some random streamer. Some guy that I watch sometimes, you know? Women are snagging, right? Like, you have to feed them. Like, what? Are you serious? It's a good thing she said that. I wouldn't have. You know? That's a good thing. I was just going to be like, what's the matter with you guys? Why are you all so upset? Bowl of Cheerios, no milk. No. I'm fine with it. I'm just being stupid. PlayStation is reportedly looking to remaster the beloved PlayStation 3 series of Resistance. Who's claiming this? A new trademark renewal has sparked fresh speculation. Could this be? It's trademark renewal. Stop it. Stop it. The Xbocalypse. The Xbox. Yep, the Xbox Calypse is upon us as Webzilla. Did I set up redirect on this stream? Let me make sure that I did. I did. I called it a port-pocalypse in my video. It's a freaking port-pocalypse, dudes. Jeepers. Yeah, that's just IP protection, nothing burger. Yeah, I saw that. I looked into that thing with Resistance. I just read a couple minutes ago, you must break. Looking at Google News. What are you talking about? What must I break? What are you talking about? I've been watching a lot of cartoons from the 80s, and what I'm learning is that my stupid 7-year-old overlooked a lot of blatant plot holes. Either that or you just didn't care. You're like, who cares? Tom Warren saying it? What's Tom Warren saying? I see people are surprised that Halo and Gears are coming to PS5. I reported last year that Microsoft was weighing up doing this. The new reality is that Xbox games can and will be multi-platform, and Microsoft has made that even clearer in the recent weeks. He's not really reporting or claiming anything. He's simply saying, I said this last year. Nobody should be surprised. He's not confirming anything. I certainly have a different view of Pepe Le Pew as an adult. Pepe Le Pew is the first incel ever recorded in history. Pepe was not an okay dude. He just didn't understand basic hygiene. You know? He'd have been all right. Just can't be walking around stinking to high heaven, dude. Yo, I don't know how many of you are left that haven't hit the like button. Let's get 18 more likes. Right? All right, let's get the member goal set for the next stream, all right? We'll try to go for another. And then we'll, do I have, I wonder, the blind emote, Lono blind? No, I'll have to find it. Hang on. In my email. All right, here we go. Let's see. Transform. Reset transformation. Okay. There you go. All right, we'll do the blindfold thing too. That'd be funny. Like, I'll blindfold myself. Hilly has to guide me on where to go. Hilly, you're going to be getting effing soaked today. It's 6:13 in the morning and I haven't had my coffee yet, and Carol is so happy with herself. Carol, find the effing massive star in the sky for once this week, please. The weather ladies over there in England are pretty busty, Hilly. Is that typical? You know? Is that how they get their viewership? Hey, somebody ordered some coffee. Thank you so much, Tyler. 2 bags of light and 1 for the Frickmas blend. Oh, yeah. Creature, somebody ordered 8 bags of Frickmas. That shouldn't be able to happen. It's got to be a max of 6. You might want to double check on why he was able to do that. That was a nightmare trying to ship in the bags. We got it taken care of, but good night. It can't be higher than 6. Like, we figured it out, but we got to make sure. And that, I'm not sure what happened. I thought we had that capped. She's too happy I switch her off. That's why I watch Carol. Most are bald blokes. What are you guys doing? If we get 50 bombs, I have to yell. What are you guys doing? Are you going to watch something? What are you going to watch? All right, well, shut my door all the way. Little hall monitors. Jerry says, sorry, Lono, I like coffee. Oh, I appreciated it. It's just a pain to ship. Say something about what? Hit the home button and go to one of the apps. Did that work? Great. I love how you say 50 bombs like kids know what that is. Yeah, they go to watch a show and they're like, can you please not scream 50 bomb? I'm like, what do you mean? Wait, the goal was 500. You hit the goal already. Why not celebrate with your chat instead of trying to pressure people into buying more? If the goal is 700, set out from the jump. Your 2 cents. Your 2 cents isn't worth 2 cents because nobody asked you. And we've always done stretch goals. We set a goal and we're like, all right, if you guys go for another 100, we'll do this. And then if you go over another 100, we'll do this. Like, it's just something fun that we do. We've done it for a long time. If you don't like it, find somewhere else to hang out. Kids are telling you not to yell? Yes. No, we do not ship. We do not ship worldwide, Chris. Imagine being on an airplane, your headphone disconnects, and Lono yells, 50 bomb! Zubair says, this guy really walked in here and told us how to do our business. The ball's on this guy. He said, all right, all good, just wondering. It's my first day here, yes. Bro got his clip. I don't know if he's clip hunting. His account's 11 years old. I don't think he's clip hunting. No, he's been here before. He's been here before. He came during a GTA 6 trailer waiting room. Yeah. Everybody chill. Back off. Back off, everybody. We've just, seriously though, we've always done it that way, Zigga, and there are people out there that really, really hate me and call me an e-beggar. We literally are a Twitch stream that had to migrate to YouTube, so the culture of Twitch is alive and well here. So our community does not at all have a problem with stretch goals and supporting what we do here. And there are people that hate me for it, so when someone comes in and says what you say, we get a little like, hey, what, you know, people are going to get defensive. He zigged and zagged out of that one. Shut up, Matt. Zubair says, I'm still hesitant to provide constructive feedback to my mom. Nova says, one of these days saying that you were here for the 5 GTA 6 trailer waiting rooms will be a badge of honor. I donate more if you could buy people memberships, but I'd hate for my donut if it went to a clown. I get that, Jaggy. We've just done a better job of cleaning those folks out. Most of the people getting gifteds now are long-standing account holders, you know, good community members. I think it's harder and harder for those clowns to get members because they always end up outing themselves and they get banned. And then they have to come in on like a 2-day-old account and we catch them. So... Was Halo announced today? They're doing a show, and we're going to co-stream the show because there is a chunk ton of smoke around what we think is a fire. We think that they're going to announce something about Halo coming to PlayStation today, whether it's the Master Chief Collection, Infinite, or both. When Halo comes over, will you stream them? I streamed a bunch of Halo when it first came out. Chris Nolan says, members are so quick to gift that I can't upgrade when my current one ends. I don't know why they don't let you just upgrade in the middle. Like, people have achieved it, but others have said it's like really difficult to do. I don't get why they make that so hard. You know? super weird. I am going to have to take a quick break before we get into the new stream. We got about 20 minutes. We got about 20 minutes. You guys have continued to hit basically every goal we've put up. We now have a blindfolded goal up there where Hilly will have to guide me in the game tonight. Don't forget that tonight we are playing Orcs Must Die Death Trap. So get that installed through Xbox Game Pass or on Steam if you want to join us tonight. So, you don't play the Master Chief Collection? Oh, no, I don't play the Master Chief Collection. I don't really have a desire to. I tried playing it that one time with Madam, and I just was like, yeah, no thanks. I don't have a nostalgic connection to Halo. Infinite was fun. We had a bunch of fun with it. We did a bunch of community streams and stuff with it. So, all right, I'm going to hit some ads. I only hit ads when I step away. I'll be right back. I'm back. I needed a snack, dude. I wasn't going to make it. I skipped lunch. But on Fridays, man, especially days like today where there's a lot going on, I was hurting. All right, in 15 minutes, we're going to switch. You guys got me to 500 likes on this video. Awesome. Awesome. Oh. Not crazy. Revenue has to go up drastically and quickly. They spend $70 billion, and a year later, revenue is down. That's an emergency situation. Friends want to go out after work, so I skip lunch. Been getting hungry since like 10. It's the worst. Yeah. Madam and I went on our date last night, and I love skipping lunch. It's one of my favorite things. You know, it helped me lose a bunch of weight. I feel better. But yeah, sometimes you get into like the 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And you're like, I'm not gonna make it, bro. But man, I don't know what it was. Usually we go to this place. I get a single margarita, and I'm good after dinner. Right? And this time, I was like, I don't know if they put something different in it, or maybe it was because I was like super hungry. Bro, I was like, babe, you're going to have to drive. I said, I was the strongest margarita I've ever had. I was like, I was like, I'm not risking it. Something was different. Maybe it was because I hadn't had lunch. I don't know. Do a 7-day water fast a year. It'll change your life. I don't know if I could do that. Did you accidentally order one of the adult-sized margaritas? Yes, Zubair, because on the menu they have kid-sized margaritas. That's a thing. You know, they serve alcohol to children there. Alcohol on an empty stomach hits hard. I mean, that must have been what it was, because, dude, I usually, like, again, by the end of the meal, I'm feeling totally fine, you know? I got to the end of the meal, and I was like, babe, my head is buzzing. Like, not in a bad way, but I was like, I'm not driving. Ain't no way. What I'm hearing is that you neglect your children where you live. Oh, that's good. Is Madam going to write a twit longer soon? Too soon? No, that's a good one, Detective Seeds. Yeah. Lona was drinking. Well, here comes the twit longer. Yeah. I was gonna have a drink or two with Hilly this afternoon. You know, I was gonna have a drink or two with Hilly, go have some dinner, come back down, keep the party going. Not so, says Halo. I've seen how you pour your drinks in the U.S. I was over playing music in a bar for St. Patrick's Day, and the barman was trying to kill me with the shots. Hey, man. You know, I don't know where you're from, but if you're gonna come here and be a sissy, then just stay home. I mean, we're not in members only, so I can't swear. If you're gonna be a little. Zubair says, it's how we deal with all the gun violence and diabetes. Yeah, it's how we forget about all those things. Another round, bartender. Cutting my foot off tomorrow. 90% booze with the splash and mixer. It's the worst when you get a margarita that's most of the mixer. Ugh, it's like the worst. It's like sour Kool-Aid or something. Like, what the frick did you do? It's I can't stand when they do that. The worst. We need limits. It's irresponsible to give Scottish people a 60 milliliter measure. Oh, man. Anyone know why my mouse would be randomly scrolling even when I disconnected it from the PC? Is there a ghost in your house? What are you talking about? Like your computer is still scrolling? Is your down arrow being pressed on the keyboard, or is there like dust in it or something? That's why I just go with an old fashioned. I don't like old fashions. Just give me the bourbon straight. Just give me it to me neat. I don't. Sometimes I like bourbon on the rocks, but I've grown to just like, just give it to me. Just put it in a glass. You know? Local bars where I live, it basically only doubles being poured. Oh, only double. Gee, many Christmas. Wait. It's only doubles being poured. 6 to 8 ounces per drink. That's not a double. 6 to 8 ounces? That's like 3 or 4 shots. What do you know? What? Isn't a shot like 1.5 ounces? How much is a shot of alcohol? Yeah, 1.5 ounces is a shot. You know, some of us say just round it up to 2. 6 to 8 ounces? That's not a double. That's half a can of beer. That's half a can of beer. That's half to 2/3 of a can of beer. You're calling that a shot? That's not a shot. That's not a double. Good Lord. Yeah, they say this is a double. Oh, okay. A double what? You're what? You're not gonna have both your kidneys when you're done? Good night. Or you're not gonna have your liver when you're done. As someone who used to enjoy drinking mugs of scotch, I agree. That is only a double. A 6-ounce shot. I'm done for the evening. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'll start out with around 3 or 4 ounces, right? That's a little bit over a double, right? That's a little bit over a double. It's like a double and a little extra kick in my double. Okay, so start out with a double. Start feeling good. I'll usually do one more. And after that, I'm done. I may like have like a real light beer later or something. Like I'm a freaking lightweight. I get 3 shots in. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. You know? 1 bourbon, 1 shot, 1 beer. That's right. If I like the taste of bourbon plain so much, and I kind of wish I didn't, because I wish I could space it out. I wish I could like make a drink with a single shot in it and enjoy that drink for a while. Because if I'm playing a video game or hanging out with Hilly, I just keep taking a sip. What ain't gonna last long, you know, if it's just a double. I can't find a drink that I would like to make with bourbon to space it out. You know what I mean? Because it just ends up tasting, it changes the flavor of the bourbon, and then I'm like, eh. Yeah, and beer, it's like, I feel like when when I'm drinking on a Friday night with you guys and all, it's like, I get 2 or 3 in, and it's just like, oh, it's just like so much. You can get your tolerance up. All you got to do is drink every day. JG's like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. He's like, just get your tolerance up. Just drink every day. You're supposed to fill the gaps between the shots with beer. I just like the taste of the bourbon. You know what I mean? Like, just sipping on a bourbon is enjoyable. And anytime we've ever made, like, a drink with the bourbon, I'm like, just give me the bourbon. It never tastes that good. Like an old-fashioned? No thanks. You know? Not a fan. It's like, just give me the bourbon. Just pour me a shot of Woodford and I'll call it a day. I don't need all this. Drink your Cherry Coke whiskey at a comfortable place. Then drink beer for 30 minutes. Then have more Cherry Coke whiskey. All right, well, we'll try that tonight, Zubair, and we'll see how it goes. I'll wake up in my office. This is a great convo for alcoholics. All right, in 4 minutes, we're going to go to this new stream. Let me pull up their video. Ay, ay, ay. If you start calling my mom tidy work. Oh, man. You're not a big drinker. You probably count on your hand how much you've drunk the last 18 years. Salute. Thank you. Golly, that came out of nowhere. Bless you. Thank you. Whew. There are 390 people waiting for their stream. We almost have more people here than they have waiting for the Halo stream. That's rough. That's rough, boys. Now I need a drink. Yeah, I'm on the clock. I can't. I was gonna have, like I said, I was gonna have some drinks with Hilly this afternoon, but this whole this Halo thing is taking precedent. This Halo event. Wait, what's Tommy Hendy saying? Hang on. Oh. Insider Gaming might be doing a physical magazine. Hey, Super Gaming says, let's get it going. Let's get started. He's like, let's get started. Let's get ready for this stream. And he bumps the line at 606 with a 5-bomb at the tail end. I owe you guys some members. I'm going to do it when we get over to this new stream. All right, I'll give you guys a link in just a second. Might drop frames posting this on Blue Sky. It does something weird with the thumbnail. Nope. All right, right there in chat's where we're headed. Let me get the member count over here. All right, here we go. thanks so much for checking out this video. If you clicked on this and you're watching it later, you're going to want to skip ahead by about 30 minutes. Whole lot of smoke, whole lot of rumors today that a Halo Infinite or a Halo Master Chief Collection announcement for the PS5 is forthcoming. They said that this Halo Infinite community livestream is going to have some explosive announcements. I think that there's just too much smoke around this to not cover it, so we randomly kind of threw this stream together. I don't know if this is going to happen. I just know there are insiders on every corner of the internet right now saying that this is happening. This is the day after they announced Forza Horizon 5 coming to PlayStation, and more people keep saying that Halo's also coming. We're also now hearing that like Starfield and Killer Instinct are coming. A Gears Collection is coming. So I'm going to end the previous stream and I'm going to redirect folks over. We were doing a stream about all kinds of different stuff.